We are returning from the closed session, and anything to report out, Mr. Summers or Mr. Harvey?
Yes, I'll start. So the council met in closed session to consider 3 items. Mr. Harvey will report out the first item. I'll report out the second and third, which are both related to a potential code enforcement case at 1117 Sunset Place regarding potential initiation of litigation and potential anticipated litigation. On that matter, the council provided direction to staff and council, particularly directing renewed efforts pursuing a solution to the code enforcement problems at that property in consultation with the code enforcement team, the community development team, city attorney's office, and the Ventura County Sheriff's Office. More to follow as it is reportable. Thank you. Mr. Harvey?
Thank you, Mr. Summers. For the first closed session, I'm happy to report out the City Council directed staff to post an RFQ by the end of this week. The city's current city attorney firm is invited and encouraged to participate in this process. There will be a city social media post to follow that documents what we are doing. The RFQ will be a 45-day submittal period. Results will be reviewed by the City Council at the end of the process. All qualified firms and or candidates will be reviewed by the City Council with a selected number asked to interview with the full City Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey and Mr. Summers. With that, we will adjourn the closed session and begin the open session. Welcome here, everyone. Roll call, please, Mr. Montgomery.
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Gilman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lang.
Here.
Councilmember Rule.
Here.
Councilmember Whitman.
Here.
Councilmember Mang.
Here.
And the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Yes, Mayor. Welcome, community. Please rise as you are able. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Any changes to the agenda from the council? Move to approve?
I'll move to approve.
Second that. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any changes over here? You guys okay with the agenda?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Any commission reports?
None that I know of, Mayor.
All right. So we will move on to public communications. And I please Ron Solarzano, Winnie Major, and then Mariah, I believe it's Mac. Sorry if I misread that. Hello.
All right. Hello, everybody, members of council. I am Ron Solarzano, the regional librarian for the Ojai Valley. And I just wanted to give a couple of updates on what we have going on at the library. I want to start with an ongoing film series that we have at the library. We've been experimenting a lot more with screening movies at the library on Mondays and Thursdays. And we're going to continue that between May 19th and June 16th with screenings at noon on Mondays, and then at 5 p.m. on Thursdays. We're going to be showing a selection of films in the meeting room behind the library. Because of the way our license works, we're not able to publicize the titles directly, but if you're curious, you can come by the library or give us a call, and we can tell you what's showing in a given week. So we're calling this program Showtime at the Ojai Library, so feel free to stop by. We're also going to probably put some information on our website. So yeah, hopefully you can stop by for that. I also want to mention that we're going to be getting into, not quite yet, but soon, our summer reading season. The summer reading program this year is going to start on June 9th and will continue through August 3rd. There's going to be a program both for adults and for children. The adult program for readers over 18 more or less consists of readers logging each book that they read through our online platform Beanstack. You'll be able to access it through our website. You will log the books that you read. Every book that you read gives you a chance to win a prize with the library. We're also going to be doing some accompanying activities like book bingo. You'll get a bingo style card that you can read certain books and check off boxes and all that. So there'll be some fun engagement. And then the youth program, you're logging minutes read typically. So for the children who are doing reading and logging their minutes, their grand prize is going to be a set of season passes to Universal Studios. So again, feel free to get in touch with us at the library or go online for more information. And then the last thing I wanted to mention, this has been in the paper recently, but the Ojai Library is partnering with the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy and a few other local landscape architects and other volunteers on a project to rewild the Ojai Library's courtyard out in front of the library. So we're still in the early planning stages. I think we're about to be entering into some of the fundraising stages for that. But keep your ears open for more details. If you're curious at all, again, you can stop by the library, give me a call, whatever you'd like. And yeah, that's all we've got for now.
Even a rough time frame on the
Oh.
rewilding?
Yeah, sure. So the rewilding is going to happen after another renovation that's going to happen inside the library. That first renovation is at earliest going to start in August of this year. So the rewilding project is probably going to start early 2026.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks. Wonderful. Winnie Major, and then Mariah Mack, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and then Joseph Puglia.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm Winnie Major, and I've lived in Ohio all my life, and I'm a big trolley rider. Due to complications with hip surgery, the doctors had to amputate my right driving leg, leaving me unable to drive. I mention this for two reasons. One, the trolley, which is handicap accessible, is extremely important in my life. I specifically bought a mobile home in a park where the trolley stop was right outside the trolley and city bus was at the end of the street. And secondly, what happened to me could also happen to you, and you could be left without transportation and the ability to drive. I've used the trolley for decades now, and I depend on it on Sundays to get to church. And I've done that for many years, but not now because there is no trolley service on Sundays. But many riders use the trolleys on Sundays to go to church, farmers market, Ojai functions, get together with families, and on and on. But now you have stopped the Sunday trolley altogether, as well as at random times throughout the week when there is no driver available. I don't understand why you don't hire more drivers. Many people have applied, even my niece applied. But and we're hopeful, especially after you hired Anthony as the trolley supervisor. It seemed promising. He would often ride the trolley with us and ask for our input. He's a very kind and helpful man, and we thought things were looking up. But now Anthony has disappeared. And we just want to know what's going on. Please hire some drivers. I mean, it's people don't realize what an important resource it is unless you're in our shoes. In my case, my shoe. You know. So I ask you to put yourself in my shoes and put some time and effort into getting drivers, please. It's just a valuable resource to the community, and we're blessed to have it. And thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Ms. Major.
Appreciate that.
And this is a little out of turn, but Mr. Alameda, would you mind, I've heard you give a kind of an update about the trolley. Would you mind doing that now? Because I imagine there might be a couple of other comments related to the trolley. I know I'm putting you on the spot and you're unprepared.
I'm more than happy.
Thank you.
More than happy to do so.
Thanks.
That is correct. Unfortunately, we have paused the Sunday service due to not having drivers to cover Sunday, but we are actively recruiting to place drivers.
Yeah, it's been for a while now.
The service has been paused for a while, but we're looking to
It's
restart.
it's
The
been
Sunday service has been paused for a while, but we're looking to
Yeah.
restart it
Ma'am,
once we have the
I've been
drivers
used it- I've
available.
used it
Ms.
for a
Major,
decade.
what I was hoping is just so that Mr. Alameda could just give sort of a brief report, but not a back and forth quite, if that's okay.
Okay, I'm
So,
sorry.
no, that's okay. But we did just purchase 2 new trolleys, or 2 used trolleys that we're going to start using in our service. I don't know if you want to mention that again, Mr. Alameda, but
Yeah, so overall, we are looking to hire additional drivers. We've been actively doing that. We do have a interim supervisor that's just joined us this week and is looking at the applications as well. Fortunately, this last weekend, we took delivery of 2 new trolleys, which will allow us to return the B route when we get the drivers to do that. And those trolleys are road ready, so they're going through inspection now and will be painted. So we've made some investments in trolley to reinstate the service where we have both the A routes and the B routes fully functional.
Thank you.
Well, I've been trying to ignore the scuttlebutt around town.
I know.
that there's-
Please, yes.
oh yeah, once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Mariah Mack, Joseph Puglia, and then Larry Moser. Thank you, Mr. Alameda.
Name actually got wrong. It's Mariah Mall, not Mac.
I'm sorry, M-A-L-L?
No, it's M-A-H-L.
M-A-H-L, sorry about that.
Okay.
M-A-H-L, got it. Thank
yes,
you.
I'm Mariah Mall. I ride the trolley 3 to 4 times a day. I depend on it for doctor's appointments. And I was told that someone said there was 5 trolley drivers. That's not correct. There's only 3. I live in Miners Oaks, and I depend on it, mainly for doctor's appointments. And for lately, there hasn't been no trolley on Sunday, which has been a big disappointment for church. And I guess the main thing why I came tonight is because we really need more trolley drivers. And another trolley would be great because there's only one. So, and then also I have friends that live in Whispering Oaks, and like Winnie said, it doesn't go inside there anymore. It goes across the street, which I just think is kind of insane. When you're 80 years old, they can't really cross the street. But anyways, so I think my main thing is just, I think that more trolley drivers would be beneficial, and another trolley. And I mean, I really depend on it. I use it almost daily. And I guess I'm done sharing.
Thank you so much. This is good. No, I appreciate it. Joseph Puglia, Larry Moser, and Carlene Sikorsky, probably mispronouncing that.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello.
My name is Dr. Joe Puglia. I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Palacios. I have an undergraduate degree in philosophy and literature, a master's in counseling psychology, and a PhD in education with an emphasis in sports psychology. I was a college professor, counseled veterans with PTSD, and a columnist for the Los Angeles Times syndicated newspapers. I'm a published author, a national lecturer, and a former Marine officer, thus my comments merit considerable validity. I served in Vietnam commanding a Marine platoon, was a company executive officer and operations officer of a Marine Expeditionary Unit, and had command and staff responsibilities at Marine headquarters. Thus, I consider myself an excellent judge of character. I have known Mr. Palacios for 10 months. He embodies the Corps' ethos, honor, courage, and commitment. He is affable, he's engaging, he's helpful, and I've even seen him open the door for customers entering Ojai coffee roasters. Here is a young man who by his service would give his life for you. And this is how you treat a veteran. How dare you? Memorial Day is 2 weeks away. Must I remind you of its significance? Carl, when you were at La Cañada, you supported every Memorial Day commemoration which I was the chair of. What happened? A leader must be worthy of leadership. Mr. Harvey, how you've treated this veteran tells me you are not worthy of leadership. Management speculates, since Mr. Palacios is a disabled veteran with PTSD diagnosis, he's capable of errant behaviors, subjecting others to danger. Are any of you clinical psychologists capable of making such assumptions? I've had PTSD since 1970 and never spent a minute in a straitjacket. Mr. Harvey, how dare you paint veterans suffering from PTSD in such a light? Research contends PTSD symptoms result when one assimilates into a society that is not nurturing. Such is the environment of Mr. Harvey has created. Mr. Palacios received counseling or mentorship? I don't think so. Sir, there's no passing the buck on this one. Management's hidden agenda is so blatantly obvious, I'm embarrassed for you. Have some intellectual honesty and just say you want to get rid of him. Don't use his disability against him. Gentlemen, write this down. It's on the final. Managers do things right, leaders do the right thing. If you want to save yourself from yourself, do the right thing. Mr. Palacios is a credit to this town.
Thank you. Larry Moser, Carlene Sikorsky, and then Nick Ottaway. Larry Moser? Oh, yes. Thank you. They shouldn't have paved it.
Well, no, it did, but there was a hole that looked like a car ran through it, and it was covered with leaves, so it didn't show that there was a big indentation there, and I ended up riding off the trail and onto that, and I tried to get back on the bike path, and I slammed down on the pavement, but I'm on the mend. So.
Sorry to hear that.
And I just came to speak on behalf of Anthony. I can't. Is it Palacio? Is that how you pronounce his last name? Anyhow, I was in the Navy during Vietnam, and so I'm a vet, and he's been really kind to me, trying to help me get some benefits out of him. But anyhow, this guy's, he just has a lot of character. I've seen him working around City Hall. I've done some signs for him, and he'll light up the place when he's walking down the hallway. People come out and start laughing and talking. He's got a lot on the ball, and he's a very successful, driven guy in a compassionate way. So I hope he can get reinstated, because he's the kind of energy that the city needs to have. That it's uplifting, it's positive. Yeah, he thinks things through. He's open to hearing other people's opinions. Just a really neat guy, and I think he's going to be successful his whole life, and the city would be much better for having him around. And he's already proven that if you talk to people that he's worked with and he's around, I think that pretty much everybody has good things to say about him. So I just came to speak on his behalf. So thanks very much. Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
sir. Carlene Sikorsky, Nick Ottaway, and Patrick Holmes.
Good evening.
Hi.
I would like to thank the council, the mayor, for having us here today. I know you guys have a lot to do, and it's an honor to speak before you. When I considered Ojai as a place to live 25 years ago, I made sure to ask my friend if there was public transportation available, as I have an eye impairment that doesn't allow me to drive, and you wouldn't want me to drive. She said, Carlene, you'd love the Ojai trolley. And I did, and it was great. And it served me well until it didn't, about 6 to 9 months ago. Too many times to count, I have stood at my stop and wondered, is the trolley late? Is it coming at all? And then, well, I guess I have to walk again. The heat is coming, and walking will not be a viable option. When the driver goes to lunch, there is no service. When the driver has a pre-approved doctor's appointment, there is no service. And I hate to think, if the driver gets sick, there will be no service. And as people have said, on Sundays, for us church-going people, there is no service. Backup drivers, communication between the trolley office and the riders, I think would be the key to keep us riders happily on our way. I ride the trolley twice a day, or try to, and I would like to see trolley discounts come back. These are these little tokens that we get that used to be on the trolley for 20 years. And we would pay as we go on, get like 30 for $25 or something like that. They haven't been available for 6 months. And so in closing, I'd like to thank you for your kindness. Thank you for what you're doing to our city. And thank you for keeping the trolley running consistently.
Thank you very much. Nick Ottaway, Patrick Holmes, and then Nancy Ottaway. Ottaway.
It is
Ottaway.
Nick
Ottaway.
Oatway. One
Sorry,
O-
Nick. I've only known you for 15 years. Give me 15 more and I'll get it right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm a local architect. I've sat
Thanks.
in the coffee roaster counting the people passing the pedestrian walkway in front of the coffee house. And I've been doing that for probably 20 years. And the numbers are the same. It's 9-1. One car will have more than one person in it. 9 will have none. And I think that says a lot about how we respond socially to the problems of a community. We need to think socially, not singularly. And I use the public transportation, the trolley, at least a couple times a week. My son lives over in Miners Oaks, and I'm actually have a residence which is outside the city. So I would urge you as city council and city manager to think about working with the county in expanding the trolley, going to the East End. I've begun a list of people who live at the East End who would gladly have the trolley go to the corner of McNeil or McAndrew and Grand. And I've talked to the people up at Thatcher who already bring their people here, people living there and the students to the town on the weekends, particularly now, in the spring and summer and fall. So I would urge you to keep that in your head. It is public transportation which is one of the potential glues to pulling this valley together, not only as a governmental reality, but as a social reality. I'm not a socialist, but I'm a social person. And I would urge you think the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Patrick Holmes, Nancy Oatway, and Alicia Marinas, it looks like.
Good evening, Council.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm Patrick Holmes, and I was hired last December to drive the trolley, which I do presently. And I was given the opportunity to be trained, actually, by the city. I went over to Gold Coast, and I studied very hard. I did classroom on the road training, and got my license and passenger endorsement. And in driving the last months, we've had problems, obviously, with a lack of drivers. And I know that our riders do really depend on reliable transportation. I think somebody else mentioned this, that if you're going to a doctor's appointment and you're waiting out there and waiting an hour, 2 hours, and nothing's come, it's very harrowing. It's very disappointing to have that happen. And that compiled with, let's say, students going to school, people trying to get to work. If they can't rely on this mode of transportation that we're supposedly offering the public, it's going to start to deteriorate the ridership. I actually volunteered my Sundays for about 2 months to drive because I was told that we were going to get more drivers. Sundays are a time of work for me. I'm a deacon in my church. I gave that up for 2 months because that's what we were promised. It never transpired. It never came to fruition. And I'm just saying, let's be serious about this and hire somebody. There's been a lot of applicants. I also know people who already have their CDL, They drive for Gold Coast. No response. So I hope that we can get it going in a solid fashion and also expand it to the way it was before COVID, which we had 2 trolleys on the route instead of 1. So that's been 5 years. I'd like it to return to that situation for my town. I live here. A lot of my friends are elders. I'll be an elder very quickly. We could, we need this for our community. So that's all I have to say. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Nancy Otway, Alicia Marinas, and then Bill Miley.
Nancy Otway.
Hi.
Hi. And I was excited. I wasn't going to say anything, and then I signed up because ever since the Utah Mount Zion, they have a wonderful system, and everybody abandons their cars, and because of the pollution and the damage that would happen to the site. And I thought that would be great, but you can't. They demand it, but with Caltrans you can't do that. But I think it could be encouragement that people would want to if we had a really terrific trolley system. I'm excited about seeing it expanded, and not just 3, but to 5, to have, at Zion, it's every 15 minutes. And there's lots of things in the valley besides eating and drinking that people could enjoy, and we would want them to, if they didn't clog our roads. I've been a member of the community on and off, and since my family bought the ranch in '58, so you see a lot of change, but it hasn't been unfortunate change. And so I would encourage the trolley to be supported. And I was in Vietnam in the Red Cross, and I felt a kinship with anybody that had PTSD from that, because I myself, and it's just unfair to characterize as that would be something negative. In fact, I think it's quite positive. So thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Alicia Marinas, Bill Miley, and Helen Pascarella.
All right, hello.
Hi.
I am Alicia Marinas, and I'm going to try to speak clearly, but this will be fast. I'm Alicia Marinas, the post-secondary Mod Severe Educational Specialist at Nordoff. I hold a mobility trainer pass with Gold Coast Transit, and transportation training is a key element to my program. I ride the trolley 44 weeks out of the year, 3 to 4 days a week. I train for independence and successfully trained my students to be lifelong trolley drivers, or riders. Drivers would be great, though. It bridges the gap between those who have mobility issues, those who can no longer drive, but also those who can choose to use public transportation to be better stewards of our environment. For those kids coming and going to school, and for those who need to travel to work. Public transportation accessibility is the great equalizer. All walks of life come together and become a community. I ride the trolley enough to know that reliability has been an issue. Sundays have been suspended, and the community has been stating that kids have been waiting at the trolley stops for over an hour when the trolley wasn't stated to be having an outage. A key component of public transportation is reliability. I believe that this reliability issue is solely due to lack of drivers. 5 drivers, 3 that drive regularly, 1 that's been out has been out due to medical reasons for months, and then the 5th one is like 1 day a week. As for the hiring of drivers, the city is offering a part-time job, I believe with no benefits. In 2023, City of Ojai reported that there were 10 drivers. And the incentive program was looked at and included the raise that was given. These 10 employees were then reported to be 7 FTE, according to the Transportation Development Act Triennial Report of 2022. The incentives and raises have not worked, and we are now down to 5 total drivers. The hope several years ago was to get back to the original 15 so we could have 2 routes. If the issue is there is no one willing to apply, maybe the offer needs to be more enticing. The Transportation Development Act regulations require transit operators to meet a fare box recovery ratio to be eligible for the full local transportation fund. This ratio is generally 20% for urban operators. In 2017, according to the city's resolution 1738, the trolley raised its rates and to try to meet that 20% of its ratio of expenses to the fare box income. It was able to bolster a fare box revenue of 14%. The Ojai trolley in 2017 received 45% of its annual operating funds from the Transportation Development Act. This was before COVID, before the trolley service was cut in half. And California suspended this requirement until 2026 due to COVID pandemic's impact on ridership. We need our two routes to sustain the trolley by meeting the Transportation Development Act's requirements of 20%. We are little over 6 months away from that deadline. I want to urge the City Council to keep the trolley on your radar. I would like to keep the 36-year community staple at the front.
Thank you very much. Bill Miley, Helen Pascarella, and then Casey Abbott.
Hello.
Hi.
A bunch of months ago, I spoke with others to your council about the lack of drivers for the trolley. Then folks who applied to drive were told it would cost several $100s for training to get the proper license. The city then did a really good thing. They contracted with Gold Coast to train driver applicants at no cost. Success. Now I understand that the free training for Ojai applicants has been stopped. Even though there are currently local folks with current driver training qualifications waiting to apply, rumor says the city is not accepting new applicants. Actually, what I heard from a reliable source, the city is not accepting applicants for trolley driver positions now and for some time in the near past. So why is the city refusing to accept applications from city folks hoping to become a trolley driver? Statement. Our city is not accepting driver applications. And that's not right.
Thank you, Mr. Miley. Helen Pascarella, and then Casey Abbott.
Good afternoon, City Council. Good to see you again, and thank you for having this meeting here and giving us a chance to speak about things that are happening in our community. When I spoke to you on March 1st of last year, when the ceasefire resolution was passed by the City Council, 30,000 Palestinians had been killed in the Israeli genocide against them. Now officials say that it's 55,000, but some estimate that it may be as high as 109,000 still under the rubble and dying from malnutrition and other diseases due to the ongoing war and blockade. But I'm not here to speak about the injustice in Palestine, but rather the oppressive acts that are occurring right here in Ojai by the US government. What we have been witness to with the ICE raids in the past months is fascism in action. The fact that people are being taken without due process and sent to El Salvador prison is criminal. The Supreme Court has ordered to send the people back, but Trump has refused. We have heard of people being detained in Oxnard and Santa Maria, and now it's happened here in Ojai. Are you aware of this? Yes. Well, this young man was my friend's son, and it happened right across the street from my home, across the way. So, on Saturday morning, this 33-year-old man was kidnapped in front of his home in Miners Oaks. He had lived here in the US for 21 years and was going to check-in meetings with immigration for years. So he was here legally. He had no criminal record, and he was in the process of applying for legal status. During the arrest, he was injured from being thrown into the mailboxes in front of his home, and he was taken to the Ojai Valley Hospital. And the only reason that the mother found out where he was is because somebody who worked there called her and told her. She did not know what happened to him all day Saturday and Sunday until Sunday night. She was called from her son by her son from Tijuana. Are you okay, Mr. Whitman?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And she was found that he is sent to Tijuana and dropped off with 30 other immigrants. And why am I telling you this? Why should we care? Because people are being targeted right here in our community. They are not criminals and murderers as Trump describes them. These are people who care for your children, clean your homes, harvest the food on your dinner table, and serve you at restaurants. So I'm asking you, and I'm here to speak because people in the community can't speak for themselves because they're afraid of losing their parents, of losing their children, and of themselves being deported. I'm asking the city of Ojai to consider a resolution and declare itself a sanctuary city. Why? Sanctuary cities' policies are aimed to protect the safety and well-being of all the residents, including undocumented immigrants, by limiting cooperation with the federal immigration. I would like us to support our community, and I mean everybody in our community, and by passing such or considering such a resolution, it would show the people in our community that we care about everybody.
Thank you. Casey Abbott, please. Ooh.
Wanted to put in a supportive word for the trolley. I work way across town, 4.5 miles away, and it's a serious convenience for me to be able to jump on the trolley and get down there. Is it off? I'm speaking right into it. Is it going? Okay. Well, I'm within a block of work. Work's really been helping me. I've been without it for a while with several injuries. And one of the concerns of mine is competent drivers. Really appreciate what I see. It's been very, very good ones. I see things that disturb me when I take the intercity bus and down to Ventura. There's a girl that rides on the bus and talks to the driver the whole time and goes back and forth in the 16 all day long, distracting drivers. It's almost as bad as him having a cell phone. I wish somebody could do something about it. But as far as other general issues, thank you for that consideration. It sure helps to be able to take the trolley down there, put a bicycle on it, and go somewhere else if I need to. Hop onto the city bus as well. But also about turning this into a sanctuary city, I strongly oppose it. All my life I've had been backstabbed in my jobs as a machinist from people from other countries that did not want a competent person who belongs here, or with Native American roots, or with 2 years of college education. They want to keep it stupid people that don't speak the same language. They really resent somebody who tries to be competent. I've had other issues. I've had most of my upper teeth broken out by a drunken illegal who punched me in the face for no reason, smiled at me and did it again. I took the peaceful route, and his friends jumped on him and pulled him away, and other people came and asked, why didn't you just belt him? You're way bigger than him. And I said, yeah, I'm quite competent at that too.
Mr. Abbott, I want to caution you to say, we don't want anecdotes to become anything like policy, so I'm asking you to temper your speech a little.
Just telling the truth.
Okay.
But
we're hearing you.
I had no insurance at the time, no recourse, and it's very, very hard to get a job without teeth. You can't get front office appearance written on your application. But there is a very, very negative side to the issue, and you can have a bleeding heart and want to help everybody in the world, but they're going to come here and take all our resources. They're going to take our jobs, and they're going to act like, hey, you can't work here, you're not Mexican, or whatever race they prefer to put into it. I'm a native. I'm Cherokee Indian from this country. I'm a visitor in California. The Chumash here are a very, very special tribe to the rest of the nations of the United States. Now the United States, what used to be the Turtle Island. They are the keepers of the Western Gate. They're where we go to the next world. That's from Point Conception here, and that was the Chumash that guarded it. We walk very, very carefully here and very, very respectfully of them. But anyways, I strongly oppose Sanctuary City. And thank you for the time. Have a good one.
Thank you. Mr. Montgomery, anything online?
Mayor, we have one more in-house I may have misplaced from.
Go ahead, Larry.
Or he's adding down.
Good evening.
Yeah.
All these people are here for the trolley, or a lot of them. Why? This is self-inflicted. It's one of the few things that should be working well. I mean, we don't have to spend $100,000 a year to get a bus driver like they do at the school department because they can't find qualified drivers. If we have drivers, we have trolleys, we're flush with money. That's what we were told months ago. Now we have a deficit. I don't know. But there's no reason. I mean, this is one of the few things that should actually be working well. We own the trolleys. We have drivers. You can get them trained. I don't know much about the other gentleman who, the former supervisor or the present supervisor. I've heard stories, but I don't know. But this is absurd. I mean, there's no reason for it. So please solve it, move on. We're trying to get people out of cars. That's why they have buses. So let's use the buses we have. I know we're getting 2 more, but Sundays, cancel it for during a week. I mean, have some of the schools pick up the tab if they want their kids picked up. Have some of the businesses pick up the tab. They want to get their people shuttled here and there. But there's no reason for this. We have other issues. This shouldn't be one of them.
Thank you, Mr. Steingold.
Mayor, next card submitted is from Jeffrey Starkweather.
Okay. That's okay.
Good evening, city council members, mayor, citizens. Mine is just a request, actually. Maybe it's more of a staff thing, but someone who reads the New York Times and Washington Post and all these papers every single day, I'm constantly reading about threatened programs that could affect us, housing, certainly climate change, so forth. I think it would be useful for someone on our staff to kind of keep you all and the public up to date when things could impact us. They could affect our cabin village, long-term funding. We're talking about housing. It could affect that, clearly. Section 8 could be threatened. Doesn't mean that we should be lobbying for or against it as a city. I mean, we can, but I just think it's important that we have that information. And when we talk about things, we don't come up with something that is not practical because, you know, the funding's been cut off, or we're going to have to seek funding. And actually the lobbying part, maybe some things that we need, like our cabin village, we need to be thinking about lobbying our legislators, maybe even inviting our 2 legislators to come here and tell us how they are helping us with housing, climate change, social services, because we're going to need that backstop from our state. I have a feeling the way things are going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starkweather. Anything online?
Yes, Mayor. We do have one raised hand from our Zoom participant named Zoom User. Zoom User, you have the ability to unmute if you'd like to state your name and your comment.
Okay, my name is Anita Hendricks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you all. I love the trolley. It takes students to school, us older people, the carless, the tourists, people who just want to enjoy a tour of our town. It supports our sustainability goals. It helps decrease congestion and pollution, and helps to, in whatever extent, reduce global warming because of the less petroleum used. And it adds a tremendous charm to our city. It is a unique service. The Gold Coast Transit does not take us all through our valley, and it takes us to a good portion. It could be expanded, that's true. We have great dedicated drivers, and I hold only good things about the supervisor, who is now apparently in abeyance. I would like to know, does the council value the trolley service? We have, pre-COVID, we had every half hour, we had it Saturdays and Sundays. In the budget, there were supposed to be 12 to 14 part-time drivers. Now there are only 3 acting drivers. A few Saturdays, we have no Sunday service, and a few Saturdays, there was no service at all on a Saturday because they had nobody to substitute for somebody who couldn't work for, I don't forget the reason. And there was no notice. So when you went over there to catch a ride on Saturday, there was nothing to explain what was going on. In Austria, people get service every 15 minutes. The bus comes every 15 minutes and it's free. What are the obstacles to full service? Please let us know that. What can the public and the council do to actualize full service? Not just as it was pre-COVID, but let's expand it. Let's make it so that people who want to go out at night can go out at night. And that some of the other areas that aren't serviced can be serviced. Perhaps the businesses who benefit from the trolley could add some money, as well as some like Thatcher, which has lots of money, could give some extra money to help us take it all the way out there. The schools, many students rely on the trolley to get to and from school. I have been trying to find out what's been going on with this trolley service and have not come up with a really coherent, deep understanding of what's going on. I would like to invite the council to sponsor a trolley town hall meeting where we can really get an in-depth explanation and, you know, together work on solving this problem. I also would like to make comments about the sanctuary city. Do I have to, can I do that in an additional time allotment?
No, we have to end now. Thank you, though.
Okay, please support Sanctuary City. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No more raised hands, Mayor.
Thank you. And I can say confidently for myself and every council person I've heard from that the trolley is a huge priority. And we will continue to work on that. And I hope to see with our new trolleys increase. Mr. Harvey.
Sure, and just let me expound upon that. So
Please.
Staff is following council's direction, which is to embellish the trolley service. To that end, we have recently purchased, as was stated several times, 2 used trolleys. We have another all-electric trolley that is on order. We are actively trying to hire new drivers. We are also looking at using a contract service to backfill those vacancies that we have. So we hope in short order to have the Sunday service restored and to have an ample pool. It is something that we are working on. We want to thank the council for council's direction in July to increase the pay for all the trolley drivers, which has been helpful. So we will continue to look at other ways that we can expand the driver pool. And if it requires council action, we will come back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
And I just wanted to add one more thing along those lines, and that is that I am the council liaison for the Gold Coast Transit District. And their training and it's a program that is excellent. And so I am confident that any training that we have for our new bus driver or trolley drivers will be excellent as well.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just curious. So is there like an ad placed for drivers or where?
Yeah, so currently we are in fact hiring for drivers. If anyone went to the city's website, ojai.ca.gov, look departments, city manager, human resources, jobs. The job posting for trolley driver is posted. And we also are continuing the partnership with Gold Coast Transit, that if we onboard someone that does not have their passenger endorsement, we have paid to put them through the training to get them the passenger endorsement and also to got them their road out.
Mr. Miley, please, you know what to do. Thank you.
So it is open. We are accepting applications and looking to hire drivers. And as Mr. Harvey stated, we've also looked at the potential to contract out, which we were successfully doing for Sundays, and we had understood that.
Just let me jump in. Not contracting out the service, using a contract service so that we can have additional drivers. Want to be clear on that.
So how long has the trolley not been available on Sundays?
So the trolley service, we had contracted out earlier this year. We had stopped the contract. We were told that we could fill it in-house.
Again, I want to be clear. We contracted with a service for contract drivers, not contracted out the trolley.
Let me restate. We contracted for a single driver to fill the Sunday service, which worked well.
But when?
And then we had covered that service in-house with our drivers for a couple of months, and their schedule no longer allowed them to do that.
So has it been 3 months, 4 months? How long has we not had
since this spring? So my understanding is potentially around mid-March.
This mid-March, that just a few months.
And Mayor and Council, we're going beyond brief response to public comment, mindful of the Brown Act.
All right.
Clearly, the matter needs more review. Anyone with questions can contact Mr. Alameda, the overseer of the transit operations.
Thank you. And we're hearing you well. We've got it. Okay, moving on. We will now go to the consent calendar. I know there's one item that there is something I would like to pull, which is I. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on just a second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to pull H and I and discuss those together.
Okay. Anybody else?
I was just kind of wondering, I'm up for suggestions with the goals and tactics.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like.
This is not on the consent part, but you're
Okay,
saying
go
on
ahead.
the general agenda part?
Yeah,
Or
go
can we-
ahead. Yeah.
Sure.
I just, when it's time, I just.
Okay.
think, okay.
Yeah, so that will be coming
Okay,
after
perfect. I'm
consent. No, that's okay. On item number 3, discussion. No problem. Okay. Can I get a motion to approve all the items except H and I?
I'll move to approve the other items.
Great.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. So I can bring up, and I want to hear from you, Mr. Whitman, the issue that I had on I, if you look at the document on pages, 2 of 2, it's, the pagination is a little, but it's page 1, I2. There's just, there's one piece that I think got brought and not corrected from our last conversation, and it's the paragraph after the italics, where it says, this recommended modification would allow the city council the option to appoint a 5-member PRC and the ability to constitute a near-term quorum of the regular meeting of the PRC. In its discretion, the proposed ordinance would also allow the city council to appoint a 3-member commission. That was brought up by Mr. Akins last time. The option to appoint additional members to reinstate a 7-member. I believe that the intent of the language was meant to say something on the order of, you have a 3-member quorum with a 5-member, but it was never our intention to appoint a 3-member commission. So that should be corrected in that piece. Yeah, please.
Discussion that we had, and what I understood was that the option that this particular portion was pulled from the Arts Commission, and that the 3-person option is embedded in with no intent to use it, but it is in the Arts Commission as well, because we did bring that up in the last meeting. Did I understand that correctly? Or
Yeah, that's correct. The language that's used here is 7 members or such less a number as may be appointed by the council is exactly the same as in the Arts Commission. The ability to go smaller is inherent, but we never expect it to be utilized.
Right. So I guess, so Mayor, do you have a problem with having the ability, if a council was so inclined to do so?
No, I guess I didn't want anybody to misunderstand. We're not intending to have it go smaller than 5. But I guess if we want the ability to do that, I just can't imagine that we would want to do that.
No, I can't either. But then it becomes a question of, do we want to change the ordinance and therefore change the ordinance for the Arts Commission as well?
Mm-hmm.
Or do we want to just say that the option is there if the council were ever to want to bring that forward, but we don't intend that the council would unless there was some very good reason. So I just wanted to clarify that
Thank
we
you.
did discuss this at the last meeting, and that was my understanding.
Fair enough.
There is value in having the language match for the commissions on this
I agree with
front.
that.
But of course, it's up to the council.
And I don't mind keeping it the way it is as long as we understand the intent. But the second part that I just wanted to bring up on I is that if I've understood correctly from that commission and the people who have spoken with the commission, is that since they have essentially 3 new people starting on, assuming that Bradley's going to be ratified, then what they would like to do is move forward with their first meeting, get up to speed. We can continue with our interviewing and have those people in the queue to working with them, but that they would begin now. Just to clarify that piece. Yes.
Since I was the last
Yeah.
really council person to speak, the chair, and have the interview process. Yeah, that's correct. They feel that onboarding 3 people is a plenty enough task, and at the time that either the council or the commission feels like they should move to 7, that becomes an option for either the council to ask the Parks and Recs Commission to do so, or the Parks and Recs Commission to enter into a discussion about if now is the proper time. I will note that the Arts Commission has been at 5 for at least a year, and no one has, knocked on their door and said you should be 7 or gotten into a discussion with them.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, that would be the only point there, is that it remains open to the council to make that decision at any time. It remains open to the council liaison to discuss that with the Parks and Recs Commission at will. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I don't see the problem.
I'm with you. Mr. Whitman?
Yeah, so I also have the concern about the 3-member commission language, but it's in the staff report and doesn't appear to be in the ordinance amendment.
That's
unless
correct.
I'm missing.
Yeah, it's just in the staff report, not the ordinance.
Okay, and I don't really understand what the the reference to the 3-member commission is, but I think to a certain degree, the mayor's comments, assuming that's the direction we go, address my concerns. I did not want to stop the selection process. I'm also fine with us constituting a 5-person Parks and Rec Commission. But I'd like to see us move forward with candidates 6 and 7. And then depending on the timing in terms of the first meeting of the Parks and Rec Commission, either there's nominations or there's not, but it's a topic for public comment, whether we have a 5 or 7-person commission as well. And I just want to, my only concern in pulling those items was to make sure that we were continuing with the process.
That's my intent.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So I think I need some clarification
Yeah.
on this. So we are moving forward with appointing 6 and 7, even though one of the nominating, even though the chair of the commission, who is on the nominating committee, wouldn't.
The conversation that I had
Okay.
briefly was simply this: starting with 5,
Okay.
onboarding these 5 people. Start the
Great.
meeting. The first one, I believe, is June 7th or something like that. That Thursday night, which the initial meeting would simply first be the protocol, the handbook that Mr. Harvey would probably deliver. Then my intention, as in my conversation with the chair, was, as we can do it, we interview more people so that the other council people can also have their voice.
Great.
And that's going to be up to that unanimous consent going forward. So my thought was, you have those other people, if there is unanimous approval, which the chair would approve, have to be part of the unanimity. But there's no urgency there, but that we keep the process going.
Okay, great.
Simply that.
Thank you.
I hope that's clear.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm just wondering if it's going to, if the commission decides to keep it at 5, then are those efforts in
Wasted.
vain?
I
Yeah.
see.
And then do we give someone who we might want to choose, will we give them a false hope, or would they feel like their time has been wasted?
Understood.
That's all.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I would tend to agree that it would make more sense to have an agreement to move forward to 7 than it would be to keep interviewing with an unknown date for 7. I know that the chair is also wanting to bring this matter before the commission once it has its first meeting, and also the public to discuss these kinds of things. So, I mean, I'm not adverse to continuing with interviewing, but I do think that without a kind of firm idea of when 5 might go to 7, it might be a wasted effort, and it might give false hope, or, not false hope, but you know what I mean.
Then might I propose that first meeting take place in June, and then that might be the next step?
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah.
And see how quickly, the onboarding happens and how they gel, and, when they feel ready to bring 2 more people on.
Yeah. I think that seems reasonable.
So,
yeah,
my concern is that the process has been absurdly long. I know that I appointed a commissioner, and the whole process took about 6 weeks. But for some reason, we're 7 months down the road, and we haven't been able to get 5, although we have lots and lots of applicants. And I think there's 2 very strong applicants who have not been interviewed yet. And I think that interviewing them, and we can give them full disclosure that they may never be appointed. Just like anybody who interviews may never be appointed.
Well, I can only speak for myself to say that I think the process, at least since December, has been going as fast as it could go. Maybe, not as fast as we would like, but here we are.
Right.
And we have a commission that is now able to meet.
So my suggestion was just to speed up the process in the event that there is a decision to have 7 instead of 5, that we just go ahead and interview the candidates for seats 6 and 7 with the understanding that it may remain a 5-person commission. If that makes them feel like they don't want to participate, I just don't think that that's going to be the case. So I'd like to see it move forward as quickly as we can.
You mean just more interviews moving forward?
Just more interviews.
Because the moving forward, the commission's going to meet.
It's going to meet.
Yes. No, that's my intent.
Yeah.
Commission meet, 7 people, they can make decisions. And I think there has to be a debate, public comment, opportunity to comment on the idea of going to 7 versus staying at 5.
That's why I would ask, you might consider if that first meeting in June can be part of the forum of that. That seems reasonable to me, because then we're involving the committee in the conversation. Does that seem okay to you?
Yeah, that's fine.
I think also it would behoove us to bring the chair into this discussion as well.
That's what I mean there.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
It
I
does
talked to her
behoove
for
us.
an hour this morning,
Okay.
and she's fine with the
I think we're
general
agreeing.
concept we've been talking about.
Okay. So I have a question about so I'm Councilmember Whitman and I are the next ones to appoint, and I've already interviewed a couple of them before all of the changes happened.
Yeah.
And I would like to talk to more of the applicants. So is there a way that because I understand that there are limitations in terms of we all have to have these interviews together. Is there a way to, I guess this is something that we could talk about. With the Brown Act, it makes it difficult for us to interview multiple people.
We can, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Somebody being on Zoom is fine.
Okay.
And we've had that. So I don't know if that makes it any easier, but so far it hasn't been too difficult to get the appointments we've got. It, a little finagling that Ms. Rivera helped facilitate that, and she's done a very excellent job of that. So I see it's harder because of what was voted in last year, the unanimous piece and together, but there was a reason.
Yeah, because it's okay. I would want to know who else you're interviewing, so that there's no overlap. And I can work this out. I don't need to. I don't need to.
Indulging on this for the city attorney. So, to avoid duplication of interviews, more duplication for the interviewee.
Yes.
Is it okay, without violating the Brown Act, where both Rachel and I
and the mayor
and the mayor
and the chair. No, okay.
Chair
I see our city manager's facial expression.
Universe of the people who are going to be interviewed.
Yes, if it's a notice meeting.
Okay.
Three council members makes that a notice meeting. So you absolutely could interview the candidates all together, but that's a notice meeting, public agenda, public comment, the whole shebang.
Just one response.
The solution to avoid that.
I know.
Go ahead.
A different election piece, a different way to elect.
So that's a larger conversation. Obviously, is there's other ways to appoint commissioners, but working within what we've already adopted, the approach that one could use is the candidate is scheduled for a 2-hour block, the mayor and the chair stay all the time, and the two council members rotate
Okay.
in. And
Got
nobody
it.
conveys what was discussed in the morning,
Yep.
in the first hour to the second hour.
Great.
That's the solution. I
Yeah.
realize it means the candidate needs to sit through 2 hours.
Yeah.
That's the price of being involved in the community.
Well,
I would just, all I wanted to offer was, as we took on this task, I saw how daunting it could be.
yes.
And we
Yes.
looked at what are some of the ways to get this to be manageable enough. And so the solution that we kind of all brainstormed on a little bit was the council person who has the appointment task to start off, with Ms. Mang, that they would select a few, then it would be the chair, myself, and the council person would do those few. And if one was unanimously appointed, go to the next. So that's, we thought that's as one potential way of at least getting it embodied, which we've hopefully done now. And then moving forward to make it, but what we thought about is if everybody got it, if all of you had a chance to interview every single person, that's not manageable,
Right.
Which is not what you were asking.
Right.
Is there any, is there any prohibition against, for instance, Councilmember Lang calling applicants and speaking with them directly before an interview?
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, there's
I
no
could-
requirement
so
that
I
that
do
do
bars
my own
that.
interview.
Yeah,
and
you
then
don't
bring
have
them
to-
up for the nominating committee.
Right.
Okay.
You
I'll
can
just
do
that.
your prelim or your,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Information
I did that.
gathering is absolutely fine.
Right.
Thanks. I think what I'm trying to avoid is having myself or an applicant spend time when there's a chance that they're not going to be appointed. I don't want to inconvenience anyone else, or any more than is necessary.
Just for clarity, there's
Yeah.
always a chance they won't be appointed.
Right,
But
that's
you mean
correct.
if
Yes,
they certainly won't be
if they
appointed.
certainly won't be
Okay,
appointed.
I agree with that.
And knowing that I know I've talked to two members of the commission, and they do want to have 5. So
And let's let that
so
June,
yes,
June
yes,
meeting
yes,
be
yes.
the
Okay,
deciding
great.
piece.
Okay.
Are we okay with that?
Yes, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Can I just jump in? Sorry, last
Yeah,
thing.
please go ahead.
Just know that the June meeting is going to be very heavy with training. It's going to be the Brown Act training, the boards and commission handbook training. They're going to need to appoint officers. So you can certainly load up their meeting, but you might be talking about a 2 or 3 hour deal. So just know that.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like, unless there's an objection to the appointment, are we okay with H&I?
Yeah, as long as what we just discussed,
Yep.
those options remain available under what we're adopting tonight.
I think those options are available and that we would look
You
at
agree?
the June meeting.
Yes,
That-
those
yeah.
options are consistent with what's up for adoption as the council may direct
Okay.
in the future.
Okay.
Then I'm supportive.
Okay. All right. So we're good with H&I? I move H&I.
Was there any public comment?
Oh, yes, there's, well, I have a question, Mr. Summers. If there's public comments on consent items that were approved, are we to hear those?
Yeah, we still need to take the public comment. Ideally, we would have. I didn't realize there were cards and items that were already approved. Ideally, we take the comment before.
Okay.
But at a minimum, let's take it now.
Okay. Then let me start with, it's consent item G for Mr. Miley. The charging stations, correct? Okay.
Hello. I'm glad you got to this because I was sad. So it's good to make more charging stations available. I support the larger version with 2 ports each, giving more opportunities and less cost per port. But I have 2 suggestions. The charge for public use. The administrative write-up says a nominal charge. To make my point, a nominal definition is a very small, far below the real cost. I cannot support our city subsidizing EV charging services for the general public. The charge should be the cost of the product plus an amortization of the equipment installation and service. And because of this proposal, I asked to have the public charges placed on all other city-owned EV stations in town, knowing what we charge, and are we subsidizing those services also? Second, the location seems to be problematic southeast portion of Sarasota. I sent you a Google map, marked the site with red, and put the green site where I thought it should be. That site seems to be difficult. It's a long distance away from the building for staff. Come and go. It's a tight area. Apparently there's no night lighting. It wouldn't seem to be very safe. However, I just got information tonight that there is a noise generated by those charging their EV cars. And it can be annoying. So if you put it someplace else, but there are houses that back up to that site. I suggest a different, more open location, which is along Park Road, the parking lot in front of where the ballparks are, and that might be easier for everybody. The last thing I want to say is, please consider an effort to encourage apartment building owners to install charging stations at their buildings, which would make it a lot easier for people who rent to charge their EV vehicles when they buy them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miley. And Larry Steingold on A and G.
A is, actually it was B.
Okay.
Oh, B, sorry. City warrants.
Okay.
Legal fees. $20,000 for miscellaneous litigation. I didn't know litigation could be miscellaneous. So it would be nice to see a breakdown of what the miscellaneous litigation is, because for $20,000, it's not little. You have $10,000 for employment and labor. Now, I assume all the contracts and all that stuff are all pre-written and everything else. So is there a problem with labor and employment that we need to spend $10,000 for the month? Then there's $8,000 for special projects. Have those special projects been authorized by City Council? I don't know. Do you know that? What are they? Could they be enumerated, since we are paying for them? So it would be nice, because at this point we're spending a lot of money on legal bills, which seems to me a lot of them are self-inflicted, which unfortunately is very bad. G, I agree with Bill Miley regarding everything he mentioned. The 4 charging ports, the charging the public retail prices. We shouldn't be giving discounts to citizens for charging their electric cars. And regarding the noise, if there is a noise, please investigate it now, because we don't want to end up with a pickleball problem after the fact. Because now, what do? You now build a sound wall around the charging stations. Do we landscape the charging stations? Do we have a legal fight? Does it go on the ballot? So please go listen to the charging stations before you install them. And it's a good thing. So if you can get them for that price, great. Install them, charge retail, and take it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steingold. Mr. Starkweather, is it on G that you wanted to mention? Yeah. Okay. Yep.
I just want to reinforce the idea that if we're doing charging stations paid for by the city, that we should be charging people the full cost. If we were in a situation where car companies were making cars for middle-class people, working-class people that are electric, I'd say, well, maybe it's not a bad idea to encourage people to get electric cars, but we're not. And actually, the car companies are cutting back on that. The emphasis on electric cars has been the high-end user, and we haven't focused like China on average people. So I don't think the city should be subsidizing one group of wealthier people in the city for their cars, because the rest of us have to get gas or something hybrid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starkweather. Do we have some notion of what nominal means here? Seems to me that's kind of vague.
I'm sorry, nominal.
Well, in G, it says that we'll charge a nominal fee.
The city council, prior to this council, made a policy decision to subsidize the amount charged for the charging stations. And so James Hahn is here. I could ask him to remind me. He's in back. He can come out.
He's right there.
There we go. Why don't I ask James to please, Mr. Hahn, to please remind me as to what we charge versus what it costs. But this is based on a prior council decision.
Thank you.
So we charge $1 per hour. It doesn't matter how much electricity you're pulling. When you first start charging, it pulls a lot more electricity. As you're there longer, it pulls less. We did average it out, figured out how much our total cost, including network connection fees, the cost of the equipment, and found out that it, on average, would be about $3 an hour if we wanted full cost recovery. When we did the analysis 2.5, 3 years ago. And as far as the noise, there is no noise. You can go stand next to them. It's the same units that are out here. So
There's noise, but it's not crazy.
Right.
Is I'm remembering that the city hall that we had the neighbors had come to council and complained about the lights that the car lights going right into their windows. Have we explored those options, or have we contacted the neighbors who would be affected by the charging stations to let them know?
So in this case, they were upset because the originally proposed site was less than 10 feet from their windows. Over at Sarasota, we're across the street. So, and it's in the existing parking lot that's been, I've lived here for 50 years and it's always been there.
Yeah, and all of the parking at Sarasota all faces into the field.
No.
No, it would be facing out.
It's
okay.
actually facing the street.
Okay.
But it is at a diagonal,
right.
But it is clear across the street and the houses are up higher. So
right. Okay.
I don't think that lights would be an issue there.
Is there a way to orient the charging stations so that someone would have to pull in forward to use them instead of backing into them?
Actually, backing in is probably preferable if you're worried about lights.
Okay.
Because you would be facing the field.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn.
All right, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, but
yeah,
I think we should bring back the issue of whether we should subsidize as opposed to collect our costs, including maintenance, so that it's a break-even proposition. We'll still be slaughtering Mr. Musk at his his charging station over there in terms of way undercutting the retail rate. But
okay.
It shouldn't be a loser for us.
That sounds good. Mr. Harvey, you have that? Thank you. Okay, so we've already actually approved all of those, so do I have a motion to approve H and I?
I'll move to approve H and I.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Wonderful. Thank you. That was good. Okay, we will move on to the public hearing on item number 2. And that is well permit application approval for the Ojai Valley Inn. Mr. Harvey. Or who's
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely. I'm going to hand things over to Ms. Palmer once she gets situated. Thank you, Ms. Palmer.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So the item before you tonight is a monitoring well permit from the Ojai Valley Inn. The Ojai Valley Inn is the applicant. So I wanted to start out by saying this is a monitoring well and not a production well. Actually, there's 5 of them. So there's 5 wells about 30 feet deep, and they are trying to gather some data to determine the feasibility and the for water savings for their irrigation. So I've got in your packet tonight. You've got an application to the city of Ojai. You've got an application to the county of Ventura. And in addition, I have a letter of support from OBGMA. So they're in support of this as well. So, when this came to council, when a monitoring well application came to council some time ago, a couple of months ago, we had discussed the possibility, it's a multi-jurisdictional application here between the county of Ventura, the city of Ojai, and OBGMA. So our ordinance code, our municipal code requires us to hold this public hearing and to issue the permit, although the county of Ventura watershed will be issuing a permit as well. So here we are tonight, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, please?
Yeah, I have got a question actually for legal counsel. I think we had a well permit come up in the last 3 months or so. And I think at that time I asked for an item to come back to us to discuss whether OBGMA and the county should occupy this field, or what, advantages would it be for us to hang on to any part of it. I don't see us doing anything but rely upon what OBGMA and the county tell us. I mean, OBGMA is set up to make sure that we're sustainable in terms of our groundwater. Is that eventually coming back to us?
Yeah, so staff is in process on an ordinance amendment for the council's consideration that would remove the requirement for a separate on top city permit for wells. The permit requirement we have stems from another era when OBGMA was not yet fully set up, before SGMA had been adopted, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Agency law, the state law. OBGMA has its own law, SGMA is a comprehensive law. Before OBGMA was fully run, before SGMA was in place, and frankly, when at a time when the city council didn't have great trust in its partner agencies at that time, given what was happening then, we had our own well permit program. That now we're working well together. We have great confidence in OBGMA, as expressed by the council previously, and there's this additional robust regulatory regime. So we are bringing that forward, but it is not yet done, and we didn't want to pause this important monitoring process.
Right.
As opposed to a production process. I think we might consider pausing a production well to rely solely on OBGMA. But for here, we took a look at the two choices, rush an ordinance or bring forward this monitoring well application.
Yeah,
and hence we chose
unfortunately,
that.
we did not want the Ojai Valley Inn to get caught between this timing between adopting and revising our code and giving them a permit for this. So yes, that is definitely in the works, and we've had numerous conversations about it.
And I'll just add, particularly when here OBGMA has recommended in writing
Yes.
the approval of these monitoring wells.
Yes.
And I just for clarification and for public information, would I be correct in saying that they are not, that the monitoring means that they are just going to be dipping into the well and gathering data and not actually drawing water from the wells?
Yes. These wells are 30 feet deep, which is just for monitoring and gathering data. If it was a production well, would be about 1,000 feet deep.
Got it. Okay,
Or
thank
up
you.
to 1,000 feet. So this is not that.
And this is, would I also be correct in saying that that they are being very proactive about water conservation efforts, and that this monitoring is a part of that overall comprehensive plan that they have?
Yes. So
A suggestion. The applicant is here, and so possibly if you would like, if this is part of the questions, fine. If this is part of the discussion, but I just would point out that the applicant is here and probably could answer some of these questions if you like.
Great. I do have are you done? I'm sorry. So when I'm looking at the discussion, so the first paragraph, it says, that starts the Ojai Valley Inn, says an application for 5 monitoring wells on private property. The use of the wells will be used for evaluating the water efficiency of irrigation and water saving programs. That sounds great. When I go to the second paragraph, it says Ojai Municipal Code Section 7-3.204 requires a permit for construction, modification, replacement, and repair of wells. In this case, the proposed well structure will allow the applicant to use groundwater for their landscaping and domestic use.
And for clarity purposes,
Yeah.
they would be coming back to us for a production well permit.
Okay, so they would need to come back. They
They would
couldn't make sort of an informal. They would have to come back
They would have to
for
come back.
a new permit.
Yes.
Okay.
And go through the county, go through OBGMA, and come back to the city for a production well.
Okay. So
Thanks
okay.
for the clarification.
Yeah. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay. I have one public comment. Eric Ryder. Okay.
Hi, I'm Eric Ryder.
Hello.
I came across this piece of news researching for material for some story work I'm working on. And it's a brand new study published May 8th by the Journal of the American Medical Association. The Newsweek article where I found it a little easier to digest. It came out 2 days later, on the 10th, last week. Parkinson's disease linked to living near golf courses. More than doubles the risk. I'll just submit it.
Thank you. And Mr. Starkweather? Yes.
Both a comment and a question. So we're talking about trying to be more efficient, use of water. That's obviously always a big issue. Using groundwater generally is a bad thing in this state because we have way over used groundwater in most places. There was a great thing about cities in the United States that are sinking. Los Angeles is one of them, sinking. Of course, the San Joaquin Valley, we know that some places it's sunk as much as 5 feet from using too much groundwater. My question is why, since there's such a large user of water on something that is just pure making money, none of us gain anything from people playing golf that travel here. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I guess we do get tax money. Why aren't we working with them, the city, OBGMA, the county, in developing a recycling plant of their water? Why shouldn't, you go to Las Vegas, they don't even get new water. They just, all those places recycle all their water. The technology is there. I don't think it should be completely on the burden on the Ojai Valley Inn to do it all, but we should be looking at new technologies. So we're, and my understanding is that most of their water comes from Lake Casitas directly. The city uses very little water from Lake Casitas, but in the past anyway. Now, maybe Ojai Valley Inn correct me in all this, but I know at least one member of the OBGMA who constantly brings this issue up to me. I guess he didn't bring it up on this one, but so I think that's something that not just an ordinary citizen like me, but people who work on this feel is something we should be addressing and should have been addressing for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starkweather.
And just to point out, we actually have 2 golf courses in our small little town here. So
I still got a second. Maybe we could combine them too.
it's a possibility.
Mr. Montgomery, anything online?
Mayor, we have no raised hands, but we are in a public hearing, so we'll speak to our Zoom participants. Please raise your hand now for item 2. Last call. And we'll move on.
Ms. Palmer, were you going to say something?
No.
Oh, okay. Any more questions, comments?
I've got a comment. I recall this issue, the usage of water on golf courses coming up in one of our prior hearings. I think it was probably the last council. But, what I learned was that the inn is actually kind of micromanaging their water usage on the golf course on a sprinkler by sprinkler basis. They're collecting data about how much water they're using so that they make sure that they're not overwatering any spot. So that, that what we're approving, I think, is just an enhancement of their ability to understand what their irrigation does. I have an understanding that you cannot actually pump water out of the zone where these monitoring wells are going, that OBGMA has passed a restriction in the perched aquifer. I would assume that a significant part of what's being monitored is going to be the perched aquifer. So bigger issue, if whoever comes in front of us, is going down into the ground water basin, but that's not being proposed at this point in time. And so I don't see a reason for not approving this.
I'm in agreement.
And I would
Yeah.
like to also add that OBGMA is also looking forward to the data that is collected from these monitoring wells to use for their own benefit as well, a more widespread benefit.
Excellent.
Yeah, and I would say that, any additional data that can be collected and any tools that the inn is willing to put in their toolbox and use to, help not only themselves but others is a really good thing. So I'm in support of this, absolutely.
I'd like to move that we approve the application.
Second.
Any more? Okay, Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, Mayor. Roll call. Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember May.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lang.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Palmer. We're on to item number 3, city goals and tactics.
Okay, yes, Mayor. This seems like you've talked about this a lot. You are correct. This is now the 4th time that we've come before you on this, and this might not be the last, but that's okay. This is an important matter, as we all know. You're setting policy citywide. This has implications with everything that we do. There are 9 goals that you have come up with. We're working on the tactics, which support the implementation of the goal. Some housekeeping matters, just so everybody is literally on the same page. The attachment to this agenda report that was in the packet, we noticed a couple errors in there, and we've made corrections to that. So what is on the dais and what is available in this room, at the back of the room, if you'd like a copy, and what we have available to display online is a slightly revised version that provides input on tactics that you provided at your last meeting. That's in blue font, but also input received from the mayor. We're not trying to make the mayor, the mayor is special, of course, but that's just because he got his input in on time. Not scolding anybody, but that's what happened.
I thought it was in my drafts folder.
We understand how busy you all are, and we know that you're having this discussion tonight, so not a problem.
I was in Hawaii.
It's totally not a problem.
It is not a problem.
Yeah.
So you directed us last time to do individual votes so that we could try to speed this up, but it was a good thought, but it just didn't really happen. But that's okay. Here we are tonight. So I would ask for your direction as to how you'd like to proceed. We could jump right to the last 2 goals, which you haven't talked about so far. That's the financial stability goal, and then the communications and relationships goal. We could do that. We could go back to goals you've already talked about to talk about the tactics so far. It's really up to you how you'd like to proceed.
Yeah. So as I was thinking about this, just to say one more time, we could either go to the 2 areas we have not gone to yet, or we can go to the 2 areas we have gone to and flesh them out as we did before. And I'm cool either way. The smallest, we had said last time on item number 7 that we wanted to change climate resiliency to mitigation. That correction didn't come through.
We can do that.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
No problem.
I would be a proponent of taking the last 2 that we haven't done yet.
Sounds good.
So,
I'm
Mr.
fine
Monk,
with that.
looks like that, okay, I don't see
But,
anybody. Oh, Miss, I'm sorry,
I
Councilmember
just
Mag.
wanna say,
Yes,
like,
please.
You know, when we met the first time, it seemed like everything went smooth. We were all working together and
Mhm.
everything. Then when it came out in the packet, like, I was like, oh my gosh, who took it upon them to fill in the tactics that the council wasn't? And that was Mr. Harvey and your staff that did that.
Yep.
And so then, to me, it was like, okay, wait, let me go through this. So it was pulling up the things that we discussed as a group that we like to compare with this. I met with Leslie. We spent hours going over to find out that, like, say with affordable housing, we have ones that were on our list that aren't here, and the order is all screwed. It's different than what we did with the work together. I personally think, you know, I'd like to work it all through, and I don't know how we do that, if we call like a special meeting to dial it in. And then my other question was, you know, and I'm new, so correct me if I'm wrong, like with goals and stuff, when does the budget come into play? Because we could have goals that we want that it's not in the budget, so it's a waste of time. So
Well,
just,
let's talk about that. So it's not a waste of time. So we will present to you a balanced budget. It'll be structurally balanced, meaning your expenditures and your revenues will be matching. At any time, the budget's a living document. So if you make a policy decision that we need to revise the budget, that is fine. The chairs do not stop moving once we adopt it. So what we would propose, considering where we're at, and this is normal. It often takes a long time to get the goals and the tactics adopted, and it's a big deal. We would propose, once the chairs stop moving, meaning that you've agreed upon the goals and the corresponding tactics, we would monetize them as best we could. Like, you know, for instance, you know, this tactic to do this is going to cost $100,000, and you don't have it programmed, so that you can make policy decisions. And a policy decision might be, yeah, that's a one-time expenditure. I'm comfortable pulling that from the unprogrammed reserves. That makes sense for the city. Or, no, I'd like to remove something else and put this in its place. That type of thing.
I want to say I had the same thought, and I think I'm imagining, even when we get to the voting, I was trying to say, yeah, you might want all the things on the list, but we can't afford all the things on the list, right? So when it becomes monetized, I don't think that has to stop the budget. When it becomes monetized, though, then we will say, it's like, then the rubber hits the road, and then we're going to decide, hey, which do we want to do now? Which do we want to postpone?
right.
But I think it's, obviously that has to be part of our conversation, is what's it going to cost? And we can't do it. We
Right,
won't be
because
able to do it
Can we
all.
do 10 things for this amount or one? You know what I mean? Like,
Or-
what do we want to do?
Exactly.
Knock off a lot or just?
I am hearing you say something though, which is tell me if I'm getting you right. You're favoring almost like a workshop that we do the whole thing on a day. That's only that.
That's just my thing, where the focus can
Mhm.
be, you know what I mean, instead of, I don't know, I'm up for whatever, but
Yeah.
that's what I thought it would be nice to go over because of the changes in what we already agreed to. Like, you know, I'll just say, for instance, the affordable housing. The goal that we had, number 1 is not there, number 3, number 6, number 8. So all of those, so it's like going, you know what I'm,
The ones from our
the
prior
ones
list.
from our prior list that
Yeah.
we kind of agreed, we didn't
understand.
vote, but it's like, okay, here's where we're at.
So
So, let me see.
I do want to piggyback on what you're saying,
Okay.
because, well, it's true that, Mr. Harvey, tell me if I'm getting you wrong. There were, in the effort to consolidate some of the things that were very close, some things were omitted, not intentionally. Tell me if that's right.
Yes, right. As part of, in addition to filling in the blanks on those goals that you did not get to, and we were only doing that, and you may recall this discussion last time, not trying to tell you what your tactics are, but just to speed the process up, if you will, or give you a starting point. But some of the tactics, when we were not in the public meeting, when we were able to sit and look at them thoughtfully, they were either similar or they were somewhere else in another goal area. Because you have, and that sounds totally crazy, but it's true. You might have something that was in public safety that was also in infrastructure, and we just made a staff recommendation. It's not the policy decision. Oh, this probably makes more sense in public safety than infrastructure. But that does not have to be the way it is. Those are just suggestions from staff.
Understood.
Yeah. So I'm thinking a little bit, kind of reining it in. I'd like to get through the goals and tactics, get to the end, and I think the idea of having a special session where we focus on this and we get it we have an opportunity to work together to get to as finalized a version as final ever is that we walk away from. And, we can set 2.5 hours to do that. We all do our homework. I slept, I hate, it was hot. I slept.
Okay.
What can I say? But I think that that's a very good suggestion that we workshop this.
I like it.
Let's get through the last two. I would like to just at some point throw out a change that I'm thinking about so that the council can also consider it for a goal. But let's move first through the last two that we have, I think.
I like
and
that.
because I've been hearing, it takes a while for this to get to the public. And so the public is now feeding back, suggestions, things that we did, the first three goals are now coming, they're now finding their form back to us. So, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You'll
So-
probably real quick get some
Yo.
more input on this because you may have received your Ojai Outlook newsletter in your mailbox, and there was an article on the goals, so you're probably
We
going to
saw
get people talking to you about that too. Yep.
Maybe this is the time for public comment, and then we'll get to 8 and 9. That sounds reasonable. Okay, so I'll start with Larry Steingold, Eric, and Karina Wright.
Wonderful. Great tactics, strategy, the whole bit. Suggestions. Fire hardening. There is nothing here that says on the agenda, next agenda, an action date that says we will have ember screens, we will have remove these things. Where is there an action date here that says by next? This has been going on since the Thompson fire. Okay, now it's been increased because of the insurance in the past 2 years. There is nothing here. It's always an agenda item. It's press, evaluate, explore, promote. How about do? Do something next agenda. Whether it's ember screens or remove fees for any fire hardening temporarily for 1 year, waive them, or remove eucalyptus trees or Spanish palms, but do something. Okay. Tactics for public safety. Please tell the Chief Jenkins, Steve, to enforce all parking, traffic regulations, and bike rules effective immediately. I know he has a plan, but it would be nice to start immediately on whether it's ticketing or leaving notes on people's cars not to park close to a stop sign, to start out with, please don't do this, please don't do that, and then bring down a hammer. Financial stability. There is nothing here that specifically says, do we or do we not raise the TOT to pay for items that we're probably going to be committing to for eternity, such as the housing. Just put it there so it's some sort of just raise the TOT, put it on the agenda, and have a conversation about it. But do it now, so if it has to be on the ballot, we can get it on the ballot. But let's not plan to have a conversation about it, because this is all about money. Because if you had plenty of money, you could do all your priorities. So, and we should plan for the economy to tank, in which case all these fixed expenses we're having, something's going to break. And protocols.
That's coming.
No, sorry. Sorry, I'm on that. But please, action dates on this stuff, on fire hardening. It's all about fire hardening. Insurance has gone up. We need to get this done. And we've had studies, and if the fire council needs money, just ask them how much they need to get this moving, since we're flush with cash. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steingold. Eric, Karina Wright, and Bill Miley. It just said Eric. Okay, Karina Wright and Bill Miley and Molly Gangster.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. I, like Councilmember Rule said, it is kind of hitting the public and people are suddenly like, wait, what's going on? So I just want to take a moment to give you a couple of triggers. I feel strongly against increased sales tax. for our community. I hope that doesn't go anywhere. And paid parking, that has been visited time and time again. And I'm sure we'll figure out other ways to generate revenue in this town than make it more expensive for us to live here already, given how many taxes we pay. Now, on to this amazing goal of arts, culture, and recreation funding. So thank you for that. As you know, I am arts commissioner. I'm not here in that capacity tonight, but I love seeing all of these initiatives, and I really hope we can get some of them passed through. I've had the opportunity this last couple of months to see a lot of the programs that have come to fruition from the grants money, and it's just incredible and inspiring. And how these organizations lift our community is immeasurable. So I don't want to put a number on that, but I hope that you put a big one on that. And I would just say, regarding all of these things, expanding the walking tour, the round table, please can we get that joint session meeting scheduled? Because I'm sure you've been talking to Chair West. I mean, we have our fingers on the pulse here, and we have so many ideas, and we do have roundtable discussions, and we do organize these types of things, and we really need that website. And just again, somebody's like, why can't we have this central art calendar? So everybody knows, like, I'm doing my fundraiser the first weekend of May. 3 other people were doing their fundraiser. Like, we can do better. So with the city's communication system, let's all collaborate and make that happen. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Bill Miley, Molly Gangster, and Jeffrey Starkweather.
Hello. I have comments on 5 of the 9. Affordable housing. 1. Consider using housing trust funds for aiding low-income homeowners of older, uninsulated houses to insulate them, especially exterior walls. Consider allocating a portion of the TOT revenues for ongoing support of city homeless prevention and rehab services and programs, and on-site housing and casework. 2. Wildfire safety risk mitigation. Consider adding something new here, barricade gel, which is a product you spray on the house and also the plants in the trees, which will stop the fire from burning it up if you do it within 1 to 2 days of the wildfire. Item 6, diversifying economy tourist management. Develop an ongoing survey of tourists for needs, wants, demographics, expectations, and suggestions. Do that with the chamber and the tourist vendors. Use it to adjust and fine-tune tourists, the economy goals, and the tactics. Like, where do you come from? Have you been here before? I've been here 10 times. The one thing I miss is the chocolate ice cream that I used to buy. Okay. Climate resiliency. Considering creating a low or no-cost program for house and building owners to have an energy audit. It didn't get in the last time, and I was disappointed. SEC does that. Consider implementing the Sierra Collective idea for biobasins to collect water. And 9, communication and relationships. Please consider crafting an annual report to the public on what the city government does for its citizens and residents. Add that to the proposed, already listed, financial annual report. Please this will increase citizen understanding of what the government does, how it does it, and where the money goes. And the last thing, consider changing the way in which recordings or minutes of closed sessions are done.
Next item, Mr. Miley.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
I guess sorry, were you trying to, Mr. Miley, would it be one of the goals here? Sorry, I misunderstood that. A tactic under communication.
That was
and
to be
relationship?
a goal for communication
I'm
and
sorry.
relationships.
My
Yes.
my fault.
Thank you. Audio recording.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Molly Gangster, Jeffrey Starkweather, and John Boetti. Hi.
Hello. My name is Molly, and I'm here representing the Humane Society of Ventura County. Our shelter is just down the street on Bryant. I would like to propose that the city of Ojai consider entering into a professional services agreement with us and add animal initiatives to your list of city council goals and tactics. As the shelter's development manager, I engage our community to raise awareness about the services our staff provides and to secure donations and grants to subsidize these services for the people and animals of Ojai. The Humane Society is a compassionate care shelter and nonprofit organization. We perform free and low-cost spay and neuter services 4 days a week and free vaccines every single Saturday. Additionally, we have a team of humane officers who investigate situations of animal abuse and neglect and enforce anti-cruelty laws in our city. This partnership would be invaluable in providing more of these essential services. Our collaboration would not only elevate our capacity, but also strengthen our relationship with Ojai's caring residents, enabling us to make a tangible difference in our community. Thank you for your consideration and for everything that you guys do.
Thank you. Jeffrey Starkweather, John Boetti, and Betsy Sticks.
I want to thank all the city councilmen for all the work you've done on this. And I would say we need to be a little bit flexible. If we get too far in the weeds, I think it could be a problem in terms of implementation. We were supposed to be reducing the number of goals. That was at least one of the mayor's objectives, so that we knew. So this is not doing that, but I think if you're going to try to make these things happen, you need to involve the citizens, not just the staff. You have already have, as part of the land use plan, a climate committee, suppose. I don't think it's been appointed yet. And you have a tourism and economic development committee. I think you need something like the mayor proposed, a housing commission. And I also think with fire, we have a lot of expert people in our town. I don't think the staff can cover everything that's going on here. We can't just commission it to a fire safe council. Those people could be staffed for it, but I think we should have a commission that starts working on these things. To ask you all to figure all this out and implement it and the staff to make it all go, I think is too much. In the housing area, I would say that we need to be looking at community land trusts. When we're talking about the idea of working with market rate development, that should include nonprofit, actually should developments, mixed income developments that include both, obviously with more affordable housing. Inclusionary zoning is not of much use in Ojai, because unless you have large-scale developments, that's when that applies, when you have subdivisions. Otherwise, we don't need it. Fire protection, I mentioned the commission. Economic development. Someone just mentioned against charging people for parking. I would say one of the best things we could do about people claiming that downtown traffic would be weekend smart meters on our parking lots and them, because they turn things over. About 20% of our traffic is people looking for places to park. Finally, on the climate one, the word should not be mitigation, because mitigation means reducing greenhouse gas that leaves your community. Adaptation means how do you adapt to those changes? We need both. So resilience is something that covers both. Mitigation and adaptation are subcategories of that. Obviously, some things can do all those things. And the final thing, which reminds you that the best way to reduce greenhouse gas is infill housing to reduce traffic in and out of Ojai. for the 86% of our work.
Thank you, Mr. Starkweather. John Buetti, Betsy Sticks, and Brian Akins.
Good evening, council and staff. Just want to say again how much I appreciate your selfless support for the city. It does not go unnoticed. So thank you all. I just want to say that I disagree with Mr. Starkweather. The last thing I want to see is parking meters in Ojai. Let's distinguish ourselves from other communities that have done this. As Ms. Wright said, it costs enough to live here. I don't think we need to pay for parking. But I'm here to just speak briefly on the climate action goal. And I think it is time to address the issue of climate action in the same aggressive and progressive way that the City Council approached several issues in the last few years. Some that come to mind are the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Code Ordinance, the Rent Stabilization and Tenant Protection Ordinance, several animal rights initiatives, including an elephant protection ordinance, a ban on glue traps, and an ethical breeding ordinance. So let's get going immediately on a comprehensive climate ordinance that serves as a model to other communities, not only in California, but throughout the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Betsy Sticks, Brian Akins, and Dale Hansen.
Thank you, Council, Mayor, and staff. My dog, Harry, couldn't make it tonight, but he sends his regards to everyone. And he thanks you, too. And I just want to salute the time and thought that you have put into this goal setting. It's a roadmap to our future, and it's really important. So I'm just here to reiterate the request that I made at the last meeting, that you add 3 animal care and inclusion initiatives to your list of goals, specifically a professional services agreement with the Humane Society that Molly spoke about so eloquently, a renter's rights ordinance that allows renters to have animals, an equality of life for animals ordinance. Let's continue to be a beacon of compassion and lead by example by taking care of all beings and demonstrating what a culture of care looks like. And thank you to Councilmember Rule for this suggestion about potentially, and I'm sure you're going to talk about it later, putting that into goal number 3. I think that's a great idea. Enrichment. Also, you could have a whole separate category just about animals, just an idea, including wild animals, because we interact with them every single day. And just a quick reminder, just while we're on the subject of the Humane Society, the birthday bash is on Saturday, June 14th. It's the only fundraiser of the year, so please come and just wag your tails right over to the event because it's going to be really fun. And then just in terms of the climate, please make sure that the climate goals are about taking action. The planet is burning up, and we all need to do everything that we can to address climate change and our greenhouse gas emissions. It's time for action, not study. The research is in. Every action that we take, from getting electric appliances to line drying our clothing to getting rid of single-use plastics to riding a bike to eating a plant-based diet, makes a difference. And every decision needs to be looked at through the climate lens. We need to hold ourselves and each other accountable. We're all in this together, sharing the same home, and it's time to put the pedal to the metal here for the collective good. This is a situation in which we do want speeding, and we won't get a ticket. We will, though, leave a planet for our children and their children's children that is habitable. We cannot wait any longer. People visit Ojai every day looking for a sustainable and sane way of living. So let's show them the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sticks. Brian Akins and Dale Hansen.
Hello, everyone. Multiple hats on tonight. First of all, I do want to add my congratulations to all of the work that went in putting this together. It's a fabulous document. That's why I asked for the big copy from Weston to go with my smaller copy. Just a couple things going through. Item 3C, expand the walking tour of downtown Ojai. The museum currently is doing that. We'd love to be involved in making that grow. Same thing on item 3K. These are under arts culture. It says here, applicants influencing arts, culture, and recreation. Yeah, we do that too. So we appreciate those inclusions. Jumping over to item number 9. Interesting to me, as I said, I've been around council meetings for a number of years. I lived in Oakview for 44 years. Been going to council meetings in Ojai for 10 years. And I can tell you that there's a big difference between Oakview and Ojai, but I love them both, and that's why I'm here regularly. I want to jump down, and the reason I mention that is item number 9K, initiate a valley-wide advising council. Just to point out that the community of Ojai has the Ojai Valley Municipal Advisory Council that they meet in our community center, the Oakview Community Center. Deals with everything outside the city of Ojai. Great place for people to come and see what's taking place elsewhere. The other thing is we have an Oakview Advisory Commission, which was put in place by Matt Levere. That just changed names last night to Oakview Neighborhood Council. So we learn things in there that are attributable to other areas and have that there. We also have a CERT program that's starting up on that. We all hate traffic. And talking about traffic, I will tell you that, and we discussed this last night, June 2nd at the Oakview Park and Resource Center will be a meeting with Caltrans from 5:30 to, I think, 7:30 that night. So Caltrans is coming in to talk to us and to get information and put information out there in a process of gleaning information from people. Again, CERT, Caltrans, traffic, those things are things that that the two organizations could get together so we're informing each other. Again, Caltrans, June 2nd. You're going to want to be there. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Akins. Dale Hansen, please.
Thank you. I'm Dale Hansen. I live in the city of Ojai. We used to have to say that all the time, but no one says it anymore. Anyway, just on the offside, I hope we never put parking meters in Ojai, because that would definitely take away from the small town look that we're trying to preserve. But what I'm really here to talk about tonight are the animal initiatives, and I really hope that we do go forward with a services agreement with the Humane Society. We're so lucky to have them here in our city. I know they represent the county, but it's nice that they're here in Ojai. I also want to talk about the right for renters to have animals. As a real estate agent, I help landlords find renters, and I help renters find renting. I don't think it's right that we should insist that landlords accept animals, but whenever I'm in the process of an application, I will always ask the landlord to please consider animals. You can meet the animal the same way you meet the people. You meet the animal first, and you see, do I want to live with this animal? You know, what's he like? And usually that works. So we want to encourage them to do it. The other thing is that I don't think that they should increase the rent because of an animal, but I do think that they should have the right to increase the deposit that they hold. Because if the animal doesn't do any damage, then the renter gets the money back. But if the animal does do damage, the landlord should have a right to collect for that damage. And that puts the landlord in a position where they really have to take care of their animal and do what they should do as a landlord. So I really think that having the quality of life include the animals that we live with and also the wild animals. I think that's so important to what it says to us as a city and a community, and I hope you will consider that in the goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Anything online, Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, Mayor. We have one raised hand from Renee. Renee, you have the ability to unmute now.
Good evening. I want to make sure my volume is up here. Good evening. I sent an email earlier. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with the City Council about priorities. I appreciate Kim Mang's comment about how are we going to pay for all these great ideas. And I also appreciate the idea of having additional information in a workshop setting that the other council member, Leslie Rule, was mentioning. I think that the public is just now figuring out they're going to have to get engaged, and I hope you find ways for them to do it. For example, one of the ways in terms of Measure C funding that was approved for fire and climate mitigation, how can we make the most of that critical funding source to protect our community and build in resiliency? Measure C, as we know, was approved in 2022. It was expected to raise about 1.3 to 1.7 million per year, but it looks like it has doubled or even tripled. And I'm really curious how much there is that has been committed of Measure C funds that can be used for community to build a strategic, transparent, and equitable approach for our community to adapt and address climate and fire resiliency. So we know we are uniquely vulnerable to wildfire, surrounded by steep hills, dry vegetation, wind events. Fire mitigation priorities should focus on actions that save lives and homes. We all know this is a huge priority, but cost does matter. So we need to direct these programs where they will have the most impact, especially in neighborhoods with older housing stock and with residents who can't afford these upgrades on their own. So fire doesn't stop at property lines, as we know. So we want to protect the whole valley, but we know we don't have resources to do that. So we have to work together with the experts in all of these areas. So again, I think these solutions must reach everyone, not just those who already have the means. Let's ensure that renters and low-income families and heat-vulnerable neighborhoods benefit from such things as Measure C funds. That's how we build resiliency and equity at the same time. So I do hope you can tell us how much is in Measure C reserves, what projects are in the pipeline, and who will benefit going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Roth. Anything else?
Mayor, next we have Stephen Colome. Stephen, you have the floor.
Hi. I submitted written comments, and I don't intend to repeat any of those. My focus is on goal number 7, which I know you're not going to discuss explicitly, but I do want to add some thoughts. There's a wealth of information in our approved housing element, and it's notable that nearly 50% of residential properties are rental, and that our housing stock is older and built without regard to the importance of energy costs and efficiency. Therefore, in our community, there is considerable low-hanging fruit available to pursue cost-effective energy conservation measures. The city could develop programs to assist renters and landlords to reduce energy bills through cost-effective energy efficiency measures. The barrier is often the capital costs of these improvements, and the city could investigate ways to facilitate and incentivize conservation measures. Similarly, I believe the city is enrolled with SoCalRen, a public agency based in Los Angeles. Most of our city buildings are old and inefficient in the use of energy. SoCalRen has offered, without cost to the city, to evaluate energy efficiency measures in city public buildings and facilities. Their consultants will conduct in-person audits and make energy efficiency recommendations. A professional audit would help provide the solid data that is needed to prioritize facility upgrades. SoCalRen can also help with funding and financing options. Finally, the heavy lifting has already been completed on a technical plan to enhance building energy efficiency for major residential additions and renovations. A highly regarded energy and engineering firm is available to us without charge through a grant to assist with implementation of this program. Unfortunately, that assistance is only available to us through this calendar year. Time is wasting, and that ordinance should be adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Calme.
No more, Mayor.
Great. I want to vote for a 5-minute break. We've been at it for nearly 2.5 hours, unless you guys want a 5-minute break. Okay.
weekend.
I would
Not at
do it
all.
on a weekend.
Do it for 4 hours.
I'm
It's
down
okay.
for that.
That's fine. Let's do it.
I'd do it weekend.
Me too. You a Saturday.
Yep.
Check.
Check. Oh, thank you. And we're back. So what I heard was we're going to plan some kind of workshop to go through this, but what we're going to do today is come up with tactics for 8 and 9. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Super. So we'll start with 8.
And okay, there you go. So yeah, good. So we got to spread across two. Okay, got
Now,
it.
the one thing well, it's funny, the thing about the paving that's kind of interesting, what we learned was alternative materials are being used, which is
Right.
kind of interesting. And then that's not the same thing as this, Jay, but that's one of the other items. So that's exciting. Already in progress.
And that was something that was mentioned earlier. Remember, this is not the final format that you will see once this becomes a work plan. It will have additional granularity, including a status column with what the overall is, and then notes to explain what's going on. This is just to keep it simple for right now, and because obviously you haven't adopted these, we don't want to put a status if you don't decide to do that.
Well, I want to go further and say that there's some items under communications and relationships where when you see this publicized and you say, here's our goals, once they finally get agreed upon and we see status, in a way we're communicating to the city what we're up to. And I'm imagining this is on the website and all that, so it could be really wonderful.
Right, and this comes back quarterly, remember, so you guys get an idea of and the community knows how we're doing, or, I've been candid about this. I mean, some tactics may stall out and there may be a reason, and everybody needs to know that.
Yeah.
And you may decide to add additional goal, you may decide to remove a goal. That's all within your authority, obviously.
I guess I'm eager to hear if somebody has something for 8 that's not here that we can add.
So
Yeah.
I thought a lot about this one, and this is a really good comprehensive list of tactics. But there's one thing that I would be interested in looking at, and that is, and I don't know exactly how to word this, but something about doing an audit to see where. So Steve Colomay mentioned doing an audit of our efficiency of our utilities, and if we were to do an audit and find out that we would save money by, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
This has gotten lost in the shuffle a little
Okay.
bit, but next month we're bringing back a recommended contract award from a result of an RFQ for firms that are doing a comprehensive energy efficiency effort for the city.
Great.
So
Thank you.
we're in the final stages of vetting who we think will be our recommendation, going through the references, and that's coming back to you in June.
Fantastic. Thank you.
So that includes both replacement of outdated equipment and
Yep.
the buildings in general for
Design build, also availing the city of any grants or rebates that might be available, or
Great.
interactions with partner agencies.
Great.
So there you go, Mr.
Then-
Steingold. There's an action item.
Yes, yes, great. Then that takes care of that, because
Okay.
I think that would be a way that we could ensure financial stability for the future and save some money in the present.
So on 8A, this is not a change, but I think it's important that statement that says, so I assume we're talking about existing fees, we're talking about developer fees, and the insure costs are being recovered. We need to make sure that this is not just, the city's like administrative costs, but the costs on the community. If a project is going to have extensive impacts on the city, then our developer fee system should be recovering those so that we can mitigate those. So I would just add to the cost statement, costs on community are being recovered.
Sure, and just for clarification, what we normally do in the city world is we hire a third party that comes in and does a comprehensive deep dive. It takes quite a while, and then they come back, and then you guys decide at a policy level if you know there will be some areas you do want to recover things like you're talking about. There will be some where you decide not to, like recreation is a classic example where maybe you subsidize it because you want to encourage that. But they'll tell you exactly how much you're spending and what the impact is, and then you make a decision.
And as part of that process, the council can also develop a recommendation or a plan for additional development mitigation or impact mitigation measures, and then charge those back to the plan. So if you imagine, to use a classic example, to develop the western edge in a commercial center, we would need a new bridge. You divide the estimated cost of the bridge divided by the square footage of that new western commercial center, and then that becomes the new development impact fee. So that process would be part of this study if the council moved it forward. And then I'll note that there's a whole 3 or 4 shelves of case law that requires that math be done well and be done in a way that doesn't charge more than the cost of mitigating the impacts. You can't just impose a fee on developers just because. It has to be tied back to the impacts that are suffered by the city from a particular development, with additional laws overlaying certain protected categories. Like ADUs, for example, are very much protected and limited in what fees we can charge on them. So we have to take that into account as well. All that gets baked into the classic fee study. We did this last about 7 years ago. And so it's certainly in need of an update if that's the council's choice.
I got a question. I'm not quite sure I understand 8J.
I can tell you, it was just an idea. So it was that I was talking with Ms. Palmer a little bit about this, just to explore the possibility that if you have your paving timeline that you know is going to, as we've seen on the map where we have, 2026, 2027, et cetera, through the city, if you could save money by accelerating the timeline, you're going to get there. But if the contractor has the capacity, but you're going to spend less doing it now, I was simply asking, is that even a possibility to research it? She thought it's possible that we can look at that, but we would have to see, because it's going to cost more next year and the year after.
Right.
So it's really it's a research question.
Yeah, and I guess mine is a tangent to that. Maybe it's the same. The idea that if we accelerate our paving program, are we ultimately going to save in the long run because we're going to reduce our maintenance costs by getting the paving done sooner?
Yeah.
So that I would support what you said with that kind of tangential analysis as well.
And she also pointed out, as we have probably all fielded questions, why isn't this street getting paved and not this street? And we realized, there's a logic there that's not obvious about what gets paved when, but there's capacity on what the contractor can do. So that's going to get back. But I was just asking.
I got lots of photographs
of
from
course,
residents about why the hell are you paving that
well,
street?
that's I have it on my phone,
like
so I could show them the and why, and Ms. Palmer's great explanation of that. And I'll just explain also on what I wanted to do in this budget cycle was, work with our chief, but also with the county, and say, let's just look carefully at the services, because it comes up and it's a gigantic budget item. So we should be looking at that carefully and see, is it making sense? And I'm pleased what I'm seeing so far. I'm very pleased. And just be scrutinizing that approach.
I'm really glad you brought that one up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
I think that's one that's been bounced around
Yeah.
a bit for the last few years.
Yep. I do like Mr. Miley's idea that comprehensive financial report could also be an annual report, which would be fun. That'd be good.
That might, if I could just jump in.
Yeah.
So that actually, that is a separate type thing than what Mr. Miley is proposing. This is more, I don't think he would find this one very entertaining to read. It's much more of an accounting exercise.
Okay.
It's an important thing to do, and most cities do this, and we have not. So, but on Mr. Miley's suggestion, that I would propose, if you want to do that, that'd be in something in number 9.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yep.
Okay, so on number 9.
Well, before we go, can we just say, are we done
Yeah,
with 8?
we can finish with 8.
Yeah. Anything else on 8?
Yeah, I have a couple things on 8.
Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you.
please go.
I thought we were doing both.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just wondering where we are with the budget committee. So at this point, it looks to me like, we are quickly coming upon the end of our fiscal year, and that item was pulled from consent and has not shown itself back up.
Yeah, I believe it's coming back at the next meeting. I seem to recall from the, is that Mr. Montgomery is nodding his head.
Yep.
And to your point, council member, I think one of the things we've tasked the budget committee with doing is reviewing the investment policy, knowing
Right.
that basically
That's
at this
what they
point,
can do.
Right.
Yeah.
At this point, we're bringing the budget the very next meeting. So it's,
Right. So,
but
yeah.
going forward, we'll have the committee in place and we can.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
And so also on 8C, I have a question on the allocations of city costs to determine special revenues are being fully utilized. What special revenues? Are we talking about TOT money? Are we talking about Measure C money? Are we talking about Measure?
Enterprise funds and revenues like Measure C, yes.
Okay, so in enterprise funds meaning?
Cemetery, what's our other enterprise fund? Trolley.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So
great.
funds that, come from a specific source, but that may only be used for that one purpose.
And funds that come for measures I see, but also for, you mean like grants that would come in or?
Right. So
For-
right. But this actually I think is really, and Ms. Billings would compose this, and she's not here tonight. She's on a vacation. But I think what really we were talking about was I was working with her. We want to do a better job with what money comes in with Measure C. What is it used for? What policy decisions are available to you guys
Right.
with this amount of money for the intended purposes that were specified by the voters.
Right, and so we need to actually interpret. I mean, the language is somewhat clear, but
Yep.
we also need to discuss what we believe falls under that and
that's
what we
right.
believe falls outside of that.
That's right.
And how we allocate that once we
Mhm.
do have a list of those things that we think are most,
Yep.
that do fall within that. Okay, that's great. That's what I was thinking on special revenues, but I wasn't sure. For 8D, I think Councilmember Mang and I have talked about this. We want to know what properties the city owns.
Sure.
You know,
And I have a
we'd like an
document.
inventory of that.
Well, I could provide that to you all and to the community for that
Mhm.
matter
Yeah,
immediately.
yeah,
We
for
actually
sure.
have a very nice PowerPoint that's available from community development that details every single property, picture and a description. So that's available right now. We can send it out to you.
I think that'd be great, and I think it'd also be really wonderful to make it available to the public.
Sure.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yep.
like,
Yep.
yeah, that would be really cool. Because
If I
I'm
remember
making
right, that was
yeah.
workshopped previously, but there's no reason it shouldn't be front and center on the website.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, or just even some sort of notice. So for 8E, the grant management policy, is that grants that we receive, or is that grants that we give, or is that both?
No, that's grants we receive.
Okay.
And really, what we've found, and this again is, we're doing a better job in our financial areas. We need to install some rigor in there. All the grants have reporting requirements, and we need to make sure that, there's a person
Yeah.
assigned to doing that. Rather than just assuming that the finance department is going to somehow.
Right, and it also will help us decide, if we want that grant,
Exactly.
and can
Some
we
are
actu-
onerous, right?
Yeah,
Some
do-
are like incredibly onerous for the
do
money
we have
that
the
you get.
resources, and is someone stepping up to be able to manage that? So that makes
Exactly.
perfect sense. Thank you. And then the other thing I kind of wanted to bring up, and this is more a budget idea, but there are towns that, their entire budget is interactive. So you can click on something, an item, and it will take you to a different page that
Right.
has all the breakdowns and all of the information you could possibly need. And so that you're nodding, so you're not scrolling through 99 pages.
This is a
Yeah.
software tool like ClearGov or OpenGov, and there's a bunch of them. And we could that could be a tactic on here, and we could put that in here. The nice thing about it is it allows your community to slice and dice, so they can do their own
Right.
reporting. So ultimately, it frees up your financial team a little bit because Larry can go in and do his own report rather
You go,
than,
Larry.
than asking for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very helpful.
Bring your findings back to
Yeah, right.
Well, that's the great thing about it because it's all based upon information that is pulled from the database. So the results are solid. If you do this is what you get. Okay.
Right, and yeah, if there's off-the-shelf software, that's great. And
So that would be an additional item that if you wanted to add that in here. That
Yeah.
could certainly, I'm just going to say something like procure. Carl, do you want to help me with this one? I know you're familiar with this type of software.
Yeah, it'd be an interactive budget reporting tool.
Say that again a little more
The
loudly.
interactive budget reporting tool.
Okay, thank you.
That sounds.
And when you're at your next League of California Cities conference, there'll be like 5 vendors that can.
I'm sure
Yeah,
there
yeah,
will
yeah.
be.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Are they giving coffee and
That's right.
ice cream out? Okay. Yeah. And 8G, conduct a facilities reserve study to determine set aside amounts for future capital improvements. Okay, that's
Mhm.
that's good. I think that makes sense to me. So those were my only additions and clarifications. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. So I think I've got one additional tactic. I've got some clarification on 2 others, and that's what I'm seeing right now. Did I miss anything?
No, I'm just going to, this is a little bit tangential, but when we were talking about, I think it's very important, impact fees are quantifiable in the fact that, they're legislated and things like that. But for me, when I hear, the costs to the city, to me, it's something less quantifiable that the council should be discussing. Like, it's like, what's the cost to the citizens who live here in, actually walking through the world in their daily, in their daily life? Now, that is not for financial stability, but when I hear that term, I keep remembering people saying, well, what's the benefit to the community? Not necessarily like what are the costs, but the benefits. So I'd like to also keep that in mind as a criteria every time we sort of make these decisions.
So that's the gist of the fee study, because you decide on a policy level what you want to subsidize and what you want to get full cost recovery for those very reasons you just specified.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, move on to 9.
So I have a new goal or tactic here, and it's not mine. It's our city managers, but we had a long discussion about addressing neighborhood traffic issues and complaints, and a city manager suggested that we could think about having a traffic commission whose purpose would be to hear from the community their complaints about traffic in general or specific traffic issues,
Or they're very good ideas.
and their ideas about how to mitigate them, and
Yeah.
and that would then we develop a system for that to an appropriate amount of that information to come up in the city.
Let me just jump in here. I appreciate the council member bringing this up very much. Most cities have what they call a traffic safety commission, and it's usually staffed at the staff level by the police chief and the public works director. And it is that forum for people to bring in a traffic complaint, concern, idea, and it's an appointed commission. So yes, most city managers would never ever suggest creating an additional commission. I am doing that. But I think what I've experienced lately, especially with the additional paving that we've done, is it's hit me clear as a bell as I'm talking to neighbors on Drown, neighbors on Kuyama. It's like, wait a minute. What's missing here? Oh, we don't have a forum for them to go to where you all appoint a commissioner, and that's where it starts. And then the chief of police is there, the public works director is there, and they can provide their input. And then the commission recommends to you all whether this is something that they want you to consider or not. But it kind of carves you out of it and allows for this separate forum, which is usually very healthy.
I like it too.
How do you feel about that?
So I'm for it, because what I found is not only gives the public a forum to talk about, their issues, but you get some really good ideas too from the neighborhood, right? So, and then it can be vetted out and then sent to you. And I like the idea. It does kind of wall off the city council. Like, I mean, that's kind of nice to create that barrier where, any ideas come out of all complaints should go to that commission as well. So I'm for it.
And I think sort of, oh, I was just going to say, sort of an ombudsman sort of, I won't say, capacity, but it allows people to come in and, speak to their issues and have someone listen to the specific, like drowned, second house off a grant. We got this problem. So I think the ombudsman effect is also very, very important.
Yep.
There's a theory in relationships that people sometimes feel like they don't want to hear the complaint.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really important to the relationship that the person has the ability to express the complaint. So that, and
I was going to say, it sounds personal.
Somebody got some coaching tonight.
Yep. No, I know.
It was one of those, communications was one of those units I, took in college that I didn't need, but it was actually, maybe I got more value out of that than others.
No, that's good. Go ahead, please. Please.
Okay, so I'm moving on to a couple of different things here. First of all, I think that there's some communications in terms of signage that we need to look at. Number one, I think it would be helpful after we heard public comments tonight to look at some kind of interactive signs or some kind of signs for the trolley stop and the bus stops. Yep. And the Oxnard, there have been several interactive bus signs that have gone up in Oxnard, and they're really helpful for riders. So interactive signage, and maybe even something here where we have, when people come into town, or there's an interactive sign that they can see, like, here are the attractions, or here is some history about the city, something like that. And then
a kiosk type thing?
A kiosk, yes. And then also, I would love for us to look at signage in the arcade that would make it so that there aren't so many A-frame sandwich boards. That would
really quick on that
yeah.
one. That is a current code enforcement effort. Those are actually
Great.
prohibited.
Okay. Yes.
So
yes.
we are actually right now addressing that. That was a meeting I
Fantastic.
just had a day or so ago. So those are not allowed. So if you want to change that law, that's fine. But currently you can't have those.
No, I think that's if we had like some kind of really nice, like, consistent signage all through the city, parking, and I know we have signage now, but people aren't seeing it. And so anyway, so
that might be something like a wayfinding audit, or a wayfinding approach.
Exactly.
Design a wayfinding approach, or something like that.
Right. And then the other thing that I had was relationships with animals. And I have a couple of things that I'll mention, and I know Councilmember Rule has a couple of things that she wants to mention too. But I think it would be good to enter into a professional services agreement with the Humane Society. And then also to consider looking at an ordinance that supports renters' rights to have animals in their homes. So thinking about relationships in that more holistic, that it's not just about our relationships with the public, but it's also what are we doing to foster a real sense of community and a sense of belonging and connection. So I wanted to add those two things as well. And then one other thing, that is the community or the city arts calendar. The Arts Commission has talked about this quite a bit. So having one central hub that's connected to our website, where we can have like people upload their product, their events. That's all.
Yeah, so certainly I think the relationships with animals and nature, even on a broader, to go a little bit higher up, is really, really important. I'm trying to figure out where it would best sit I don't yet know, but I certainly think the discussion around entering into the professional service agreement with the Humane Society, there are certain things that I think are really important that they could add if they had some support. One of them, of course, being the institution of nighttime drop-offs for strays. Okay, so I think that's really important because otherwise you have to not pick it up or take it to Camarillo, take an animal to Camarillo to drop off. And, the animals that you find in Ojai, they're from Ojai residents. So that's a huge benefit to the local residents. So there are other things, within the professional services agreement that we could work with the Humane Society. So I certainly support that. Yeah, and then, the ordinance that supports renters' rights, that is, what I support about that is not that landlords have to take animals, but that, they have the right to charge security deposits that make them feel comfortable enough to take animals. And also, it really irks me when landlords charge $25 to $100 more if you have a pet, which they are, they can do. Perhaps that's not something that we would want to support as, far as, what we do for rent stabilization and things like that.
Can I offer one suggestion?
Yeah,
because I was thinking about this too. When I thought about what the Humane Society was proposing, I thought about the professional services agreement portion would be possibly under public safety, meaning we're engaging with them to help with the spaying and neutering and the drop off. So I was thinking about it in that category.
Right.
Just throwing it at.
Yeah, and I was thinking about it in goal 3 as sort of culture and enrichment funding as a way to sort of change the name of that to allow an expansive interpretation of culture. But I think that would be something to be discussed in the workshop, and let people sort of gel with it, because I certainly believe it is public safety.
Yeah.
It's also relationships, for sure.
Yeah.
There's no stronger relationship, really.
Understood.
So just on that topic, I'm just trying to do some housekeeping here. I've heard some ideas for tactics. Is it the council's expectation that perhaps we just capture all the tactics that come here and then we workshop them later rather than voting on them tonight?
Yeah,
Okay,
figure
so
out where they might
Mr. Alameda,
go.
does that sound okay?
Yeah.
And Mr. Montgomery, you guys are working on this to make sure that we.
And it can just be a list, and then we can figure out. I think we should all agree to do our homework and not sleep through it.
It's a lot of work. I get
yeah,
it.
but figure out where these might go and the ones that we do support. And finally, I think it's also there's a quality of life sort of resolution that might come to pass for companion animals, and part of that might have to do with the Humane Society and our professional services agreement. If we were to say that a resolution articulates the needs of a companion animal, and that might be food, which they already provide, you can go to the Humane Society and they will give you a bag of food, wet or dry, your choice. They will give you litter. So provide that more readily. It's mostly for the tent town, but potentially it could be for others who find themselves in sort of dire need. Let people know that. And finally, I think not only food and water, but also a dog park where dogs can get off leash, right? Small dogs, that you don't feel safe letting them off leash in certain places. But I do believe dogs need to be off leash, I think. So I did have, dog park in the city, but I think that might also fall under a quality of life resolution for our companion pets as a culture and an enrichment that we value. And Humane Society, they have volunteers that walk dogs, potentially, for the elderly, who I'm sure would love to give their animals all that they possibly could. Yeah,
Are
I'm
these
sorry.
the
am I
details
going-
that we're going to explore?
Yeah, never mind.
Okay.
No, no.
No, cool.
I just
so we
go
have the
on and
quality
on.
of life.
Yeah.
Relationships with animals, definitely on. No question. Okay, cool. Is there anything else, though, that you wanted to bring up? Okay.
Do have for communication and relationships where we have sort of improved transparency, including closed session minutes. Now, I know that we have an agenda item
Right.
on that.
Yep.
But it occurs to me that in some of these, we might start considering sort of ad hoc committees that can really delve deeply and come back to either the council or, you know, reach out with recommendations, because it's difficult sometimes to delve deeply. So consider ad hoc committees as more normally than we have, and being very cognizant that, you know, as the city manager have said, you know, ad hoc committees, 2 people go off and they come back and they got recommendations, and you're like, well, where's mine? So, you know, we have to be.
Are you suggesting that for number 4, our next discussion item? Because that's.
Well, I am suggesting it for that.
Okay.
But I'm also suggesting it more broadly, that there are topics on communication where it would make sense to consider that approach.
Cool. Did you have anything?
I've got a few comments. So 9G.
That's just an idea.
I know, and one of my concerns is that we would. I think it's difficult for staff currently to get us staff reports every 2 weeks.
But it seems to me what would happen on any of these items is, because I queried the staff and they would say, if this is what you want, here's what it's going to cost. And then we'll say, oh, we want it or we don't. You see what I mean? So I was throwing it out there as an idea, but the meetings are actually going okay. I was trying to shorten the time, but we're not doing bad.
Yeah. So this is a tangent to that.
Yeah.
Which would be on tonight's closed session went very well, but we've had others where we just couldn't get to all the topics. My suggestion would be that on nights where we have closed session, we start the city council meeting and we do the closed session after. And then we have more flexibility to decide to address everything that's on the closed session. It's just a thought. So
yeah,
9K and actually 9D. I think that so we've got an issue with the MAC operates and really doesn't.
Yeah.
Ojai is not represented on the MAC, and we also hear people say from the unincorporated area, we expect you to address our concerns. One of the, and I, as opposed to the Valley-wide Advising Council, I think maybe we should be more formalized with both the school district and the MAC, with the idea that we have a liaison from the city council. And they have one with us, and that we, and that we do formal reporting back on those issues when they affect city.
I can tell
just an alternative
to.
to
the intention on K, for example, was simply to say, because people who are on the MAC have told me a lot of those the issues are centered around land use and those kinds of things. I was interested in hearing, if we want to have new tourism situation or something like that, then I do want to hear from Oakview and Cedar Springs. Just not in a binding way, but if, like the way that you don't have events start at traffic times, that's great feedback, right? And you said, oh, the concerts are fine, just don't start them at 5 o'clock. That's great, that kind of notion. Hearing from Upper Ojai all the way to Casita Springs. And on number 2, I think we're already actually beginning this, where we've already kind of you guys have had it in the past, but we have it now that we'll start talking about the pool. That's already kind of in the works that we have that going.
Right.
So anyway, all these are, I mean, all the ones that you see in red are really just ideas to explore.
I'm definitely interested in hearing what kind of costs commissioners are absorbing.
Yeah. And this is actually your idea. I heard it last year. You proposed small ideas for small stipend, and I thought, oh, that would be a wonderful thing that you can get somebody who maybe works evenings to say, oh, I don't have to work this evening and serve on a commission. Maybe you have a younger person now serving who couldn't before. And if it's modest, I think it could open it up a lot. Again, just an idea that we could look at the cost. You have a thought?
No, go ahead. I'm still thinking.
I just had one more. Oh, I
No,
thought you were
go.
sneezing. I actually liked Bill Miley's suggestion about the annual report.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I know we're already doing the outlooks, but perhaps we could do one. That was a good idea.
I like. Anything else? That's plenty.
Yeah, that's plenty. I do think, I mean, we've gone back to the voters a couple of times, but researching again the, at Measure M, at the at-large voting, and seeing if ranked choice voting has moved, if it's moved the needle at all on, district voting. I don't know.
This is to me a great example of bringing up, and going to our legal staff and saying, spend not more than an hour or two asking, what would it cost if we wanted to enact this? What are we looking at dollar-wise? Because it did get approved, but that doesn't mean we should do it. And say, what is it going to cost? And then they come back and say, here's what we found. And that would be a great example to say, do we want to do it or not? Yeah. In other words, pursue it. And maybe the answer is going to be no, it'll cost too much or whatever.
Well, it's also a legal question.
Yeah,
fair enough.
So it might be a 10-hour legal assignment to come back to us.
That's too much? That's too many hours.
Right. Well, I don't.
So the heart of it is,
estimate,
the heart of this one is there's 3 issues. One is the cost the county will charge us to do this.
Yeah.
We can get an estimate from the county. Is that something we're willing to pay? 2, there are a whole bunch of legal problems with implementing it directly, which we disclosed in the staff report and the voter approval materials, and nothing's really changed on that. The law hasn't moved forward in a way that's useful to us since the voters approved this. But we could certainly give you a price. In an hour, we could develop a cost estimate of what is it going to cost to litigate that if somebody sues us in this angle or somebody sues us in that angle. And then the third issue is, does it get us out of the CVRA? Put an hour thought into that. Produce a price estimate on county charges, litigation cost, litigation risk. Quick answer. And then decide if you want the deep answer on the litigation risk.
That's all I was asking for. It's the quick answer.
Yeah. That's easy to do on a quick component. And then, of course, the complete, detailed, comprehensive litigation risk assessment, building on what we did before, there's a price tag for that. Is that a price tag we want to pay? We can include an estimate for that. And then the biggest component of this puzzle is, 1, the legal challenges, and 2, the county will not do this cheaply.
Right.
And so that cost estimate is likely to be quite substantial from our preliminary word we're hearing from them. And so that's the other thing where, it's a bunch of money components to decide whether that's something we want to do or not. So here, if the council directs us,
right,
sure, we put together that quick assessment, and then that's the basis to decide, is this a conversation we want to have?
And
So
we've talked about this.
item.
It's an agenda,
right?
Really,
Exactly.
and it's really just saying, it's trying to respond to the will of the voters, even if the answer is it's not prudent to do it right now. If that's the answer, fine. But we're responsive to the vote, right? But right now, we're kind of, at least me, I'm blind to say what's it really going to cost and what does it expose us to. That's all speculation on my part until we hear from you.
Yeah, and the provision is do it when it's safe to do so, basically.
Possibly.
So, no, I mean, I think that's actually in the language. It doesn't say
yes.
change to ranked choice voting.
It says
It
when the
says
council
when
deems
it
feasible.
is-
Feasible.
Yeah.
Feasible.
Okay.
Yeah, we use feasible as a
Yeah.
catch-all for both financially feasible, legally feasible, and the council decides that it's feasible.
Yeah, of course. And I'm glad it's there because we can decide if it's feasible.
Yeah, the voters gave the council the option.
And I'm thankful. But I would like to respond to the will of the voters also, of course, as we all do.
Yeah, and we should be checking in every now and again,
Mhm.
and maybe nothing's
Okay.
changed, and we are
Mhm.
where we are.
Mm-hmm.
Why would it be and this is sort of tangential, but I'm just curious, why would the county charge us more than they would for any other,
It's a software issue. So the county does not currently have software that runs a ranked choice voting ballot.
Okay.
Because all the ranked choice voting that happens in California is in Alameda County and in San Francisco City and County.
Right.
There is, and maybe one other.
Santa Paula has ranked choice, and I think doesn't.
That's news to me. The county hadn't told me that they have ranked choice voting.
Okay.
I'll double check that.
And I believe Fillmore does too.
For council elections?
I've
We'll double check that.
I know I followed Santa Paula's a couple of
They have at-large seats, but I don't believe that they have ranked choice voting. We will double check that. But what we were hearing from the county is that we were the first one to take care of it, and thus they're going to charge us the full price of that software.
And I could be wrong or I could be mistaken, but that was my
We'll double check that. But to answer the question of Councilmember Rule, the county has told us that if we have to buy special software to run only Ojai's elections, you're paying the full price.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was for the software of ranked choice voting. I thought it was for, ballot stuff. And I was like, well, okay.
Yeah, ballot paper is expensive and not that expensive. It's a software component. But we'll double check that. If I hadn't heard that Santa Paula, my understanding was it was only so far Oakland, San Francisco, and maybe one or two others. But yeah, we'll double check that for sure. And that's part of it is if the council moves it forward, then we will ground truth the numbers the county is giving us to give the council a pretty good estimate of what it would cost.
Yep.
And I do like 9H, but I'm thinking the bi-monthly town halls to hear from the community. Perhaps, there's ways to think about that as one council member will host or two council members will host and on an issue that they are particularly concerned with, and it just becomes sort of formalized. So we're not throwing this out, this town hall on this particular topic, and no one really knew about it. But for the bigger topics coming up, we can have revolving council members take on hosting a town hall. I think that would be, that'd be really fun.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking, we can think about the ways that might manifest itself.
Love it. And no point of having a town hall if there's not a reason, right? Not just to be performative. So things that are pressing and that we want to share this information about. And I love the idea of multiple hosts. Yeah, people take it.
Or, come with your complaints. This one is, we're going to listen to them all.
Yeah.
that.
Do we feel like we have enough for now?
Yeah.
Go.
I just had one more for the financial stability.
Yes, okay.
And that is one cost-saving measure that we might consider is not having binders, but digitizing our council materials.
So we are, I have asked Mr. Hahn to look at bringing forward a proposal. Mr. Montgomery's nodding his head on the iPads, if you will. However, dinosaurs like me will probably still ask for the binder. Sorry, I can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry.
From the clerk's seat here, we're going to have options for any opinion on that subject. So, yes, we've put in a budget for a screen or a computer at each
That's
seat.
what we did.
That'll look nice, like a dais. Mm-hmm. And then there is a feature of the Granicus software where you will have access to your packets. And if you still want a binder, you can still have a binder.
It's just agenda management software, so you'll just be going into the agenda. What it's not going to allow you to do for Brown Act purposes is you can't be surfing the internet because we don't want you to be talking about something that nobody else knows what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think that an item to take would be scheduling a workshop day where we could work on just this.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so what is the council's, you want us to poll you for a date in June, maybe? Mr. Montgomery, is that something you could take on to poll the council to find a date
Yes.
in June?
I will reach out tomorrow.
Okay.
For polling the council.
And
on this.
possibly a, what's today? Tuesday. A Tuesday,
Well,
or do you want to do it on
or
Saturday?
We were considering a possible Saturday.
That's fine.
Just in a quick conversation.
Yeah, my thought was a 4-hour Saturday session.
Sounds good.
Okay.
4-hour Saturday session.
Expect a communication from the clerk's office tomorrow.
Right. Well,
Okay,
so
we might, I'm already guessing it might be June, July, but
Okay.
we'll find out
All right, all
what's
right.
available.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
Okay.
great, thank you.
Yeah. Wow. Fun. Okay. Concept review, city council protocols.
This is a concept review.
Yeah. So it's item 4,
Yeah,
concept review,
Yes.
city council protocols. Right.
And Assistant City Attorney Anderson is coming in to present
Okay.
the item in detail, but I'll start it as she's coming over.
Okay.
So the gist of it is we had a draft that was on the agenda 1 or 2 meetings ago. Got a lot of comments from both the community and the council that made it clear that we weren't ready to finalize anything that meeting. Hence, it was continued. We got sort of comments coming from council members after that meeting that were wildly different directions, and we can't make a decision not in public. So we put it here as policy choices, policy options. We asked the council for your policy direction on the policy choices inherent here. Very big picture options are take no changes, and we continue to operate under the present protocols with the adjustment regarding any special meeting may only be called by the mayor or 3 council members. We revise the protocols as desired, and there's a number of choices within that. Mindful of the hour and the prior commentary, you certainly could set an ad hoc committee to look at this and have an ad hoc committee prepare its recommendation and come back, bring that back to council. And we're open for, it's a policy choice, so we have no dog in the fight. And with that, I'll turn it to Ms. Anderson.
Well, you said all the things I was going to say. I was too slow. I was waiting for the vote, and then I was like, oh, no, it didn't
No vote?
happen. My
Right, yeah,
apologies.
sorry.
We're available for questions if you have any. I would say that there are 4 broad categories that we've included here. So clarifying the law of special meetings, as Matt mentioned, we do recommend the one change to put the explicit language in the protocols of who can call the special meeting. Right now, it just references the Brown Act. The second category is when closed sessions may be scheduled. So before or after council meetings. Right now, it is flexible whenever the council is available. So there's an option to limit it to only council days, unless a majority of the council directs otherwise. And then we've provided a menu of policies to enhance transparency of closed sessions. And then finally, whether or not to record the audio of, or have an audio recording of closed sessions. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
I appreciate the options. It was interesting to think about all of the possibilities and think about the goal generally. It seems to me was to be as transparent as we can be and to be as effective as we can be, and trying to find the right balance between those two things.
Okay, so I do have a question. And it seems as if the requirement that a majority, a 3 council majority is needed to set both special session and closed session, or?
Yeah, to call a special meeting.
Okay, to call a special meeting, you can't, so by necessity, it could never be called unless it was the end result of a city council meeting where they're saying, okay, we need to set a meeting at the end of some calendar set, because otherwise you've got to be talking amongst 3 council people in order to do that.
Well, there is a chicken and an egg problem with the way that the Brown Act is written, right? One of the options in the policy is to have a majority call for the meetings in open session, so there is transparency surrounding it. You could also treat it as a motion where you know the subject of what it is and you're willing to discuss it, right? So have a closed session on threatened litigation regarding the subject. Do you support having the closed session? Yes or no? That's the end of the information that you would receive about that subject.
I have a question. A closed session does not require.
It's a special meeting.
Oh, so a special meeting can be an open special meeting. It doesn't have to be a closed special meeting. So what is required by law is 3 council members, a majority of the legislative body, which in our case is 3 council members, or the mayor, to call a special,
Yes.
but not a closed session.
So the closed sessions are all scheduled as special meetings because your regular meeting time is 6 p.m. on Tuesday. So if you were to move your meeting time to earlier and include closed sessions, you would not need to call a special meeting. We could agendize it automatically as one meeting. Right now they're agendized separately.
Right.
Because they're agendized separately and earlier than 6 o'clock, it is under the law a special meeting.
Right, because it's not at the same time as our regular meeting.
Same time,
right.
place.
So it's not that the closed session requires that. It's if the closed session is not during a regular meeting,
Yes.
then it is required because then it becomes a special session.
Correct. And
Okay.
the way things are set up right now, it's automatically special.
Right, exactly.
But you could change the way that that's structured.
Right.
I would recommend changing your meeting time to allow for that time. It's already late in the evening, right?
And
So,
just to put one further point on that, if under the present system, present protocols, 2 council members and only 2 wished to call a closed session, they could make that request as an agenda item on a regular meeting, which means
Yes.
6 o'clock or later.
Right.
But I will note that if 2 and only 2 wished that closed session to occur, say on, threat of litigation re LaCroix, and the 3 opposed, they simply do not approve that agenda item, that approval of the agenda, and the closed session disappears. So in the end, there's always must be 3 votes for every closed session because the 3 must approve the agenda.
Yeah.
Right. So, and that cuts off some of this it puts more
games
transparency.
sportsmanship.
Yeah, it puts more transparency to it because that is actually done in open session, correct?
Yes,
So it would need because okay. So yeah, I understand that.
And part of it is we flipped back and forth over the years with having closed sessions before or after the meeting. It never mattered unless we were fighting about it. But the before the meeting is, as noted, is a special meeting.
Right.
After the meeting is just a continuation of the regular meeting.
Right.
We could, as was discussed earlier, redefine regular meeting because we control what is a regular
Right.
meeting, or we, the council, define that as regular meeting is at 5 if closed session or 6 if no closed session. And then closed sessions on that day would be a regular closed session.
Right.
And then the council could allow 2 or require 3 as decided.
Okay.
And then
got
always
it.
the mayor can call a special meeting.
Right. Got it.
I think
okay.
the main concern I thought we were trying to address with this was calling a special meeting, closed or not, by 2 council members on a non-Tuesday evening. Right? That's what we're trying to. I thought this is part of the response.
Well,
to that.
yeah, but it delved deeper
It did.
because
It
of
did.
the need to have a closed session be a special meeting if you didn't have it already in regular time. So
Correct.
that's what I mean about,
Yeah.
the more you dig,
Yeah.
it's a little bit deeper.
You're right.
And, we can talk more about this, but I also think it's very important that who's calling the special meeting. Like we have never known from the time that I've started till recently, we've never known who called a special meeting or who called a closed session. That's never been notified, not for the council or for the public, right? It's always been this mystery. So I think, you know,
on
as-
Tuesdays, on the regular Tuesdays, you mean?
yeah.
Or- oh.
Well, I mean,
Well,
you know,
you're right. The agenda does not say who is the member or members that have
Who
called
called,
for it.
yeah.
That could be something that you
Yeah.
added as a transparency
Mhm.
measure
Yeah,
to
and
your
I
agenda.
think it's very important. You know, I think people need to take ownership of the meetings that they're calling and why, you know, they should be able to speak to why they feel it's necessary to do that.
Yeah.
And I think I asked at one meeting who called this because I never know. I never know who called
It's
it.
funny. There's a
Yeah.
kind of a de facto thing, which is I look at Mr. Montgomery's working agenda, and there have been times in meetings where I'll say, "Oh, this seems premature," or "Let's move it back," and then that changes there. So I'm taking that preliminary work that then manifests into the agenda as they're soliciting feedback from me before it goes there, not Friday night, but prior to it. Right?
Yeah, that's
So-
as the chair of the commission.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Commission. I mean, the council.
Yeah.
Right. And
Yeah.
the presiding officer.
That's right.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right.
And that's how I.
Right. But
it's
we-
not. It doesn't have my name on.
Right,
there
it doesn't
like
have
that.
your name on
You're
it.
right.
We don't know that you've made that adjustment.
correct.
It's a mystery.
Well, and I hope you know my interest is actually not to do that. I'm basically going off the working agenda almost verbatim, exactly in that way. So
Right.
not bringing up new things because I do want support actually.
Right. No, and I totally understand that. And to me, a
Yeah.
working agenda it's a living document. So
Yeah.
things come and they go,
Yeah.
but I never know why they come or they go.
Right.
So the other
yeah.
thing too is if
Mhm.
you change the structure of what is a regular meeting,
Mm-hmm.
there wouldn't be the need for that, right? Items would just come and go onto the agenda for closed session or regular session. The only time that we would have the issue of who is calling the meeting is if it would be off schedule
Mm-hmm.
from what is it, the second and fourth
Second and fourth,
Tuesdays,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
right? So
But even so, I still want to know who's calling a closed session.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, so my understanding, you know, functionally, is that the city attorney is the only one who's saying whether there's a closed session, and that's dependent on the content of what's going to be discussed. If you're gonna, as a very general proposition, you're gonna receive information about, you know, legal opinions that relate to the types of legal opinions that are in the Brown Act as a closed session, the city attorney makes that decision. And personnel issues as well, but it's the city attorney who's deciding this is a closed session item or not. So,
or able to
Just
be at
modifying
least.
It's a
language.
recommendation. I don't have the power to do it all by myself, of course.
Well, I hear what you're saying, though, council member, of the city attorney is the one who's vetting whether or not it can be in closed session and the
Right.
agenda description
so
of whatever the proposed item is.
So my thought is that our protocol should be that the mayor himself can put a matter on the agenda, and that two council people can put something on the agenda. But whether it goes to closed session, I mean, I'm fine with a protocol that says a city council member cannot, dictate whether something's going to closed session or not. That should be a decision made by our attorney. That should, and what we talk about in that session and whether it goes beyond should be something that the attorney manages and, officiates, that we don't go beyond what the notice that's
Well,
been
he's saying
provided.
himself he can't decide. He's
So-
saying he can recommend.
I do think that you're
'Cause I
making
can't
an
call a meeting on my
I
own.
do
Go
think
ahead,
you're
yeah.
making an excellent point, though. So this idea of shifting to a model where closed session is a regular meeting, we could shift to a model if that's now not a special meeting. Two council members could request items be added to a closed session agenda if we shifted to a model where a closed session is a regular meeting that we cancel or not.
And I mean, you can always, the two council members make the request. The city attorney weighs in on whether or not that request fits under the exemptions. And then the city attorney, I believe, should have to come back to the council and defend that decision as to whether or not it is. So the city council can actually, without going into closed I mean, it's tricky to go into closed session. But the city council, I think, should have an opportunity at every closed session to evaluate whether or not this meets the threshold for what we want to do as transparency, not for, you know, I just want the final analysis.
That's inherent in the council's approval of the agenda
Exactly.
at that meeting
Yeah,
moment.
but it is and it isn't, because we have to actually discuss it. Like, when we see that, we don't know one way or the other how this decision was made, whether or not indeed, I mean, you know, we need more information than just to say, well, we approved it, so yeah, we knew what we were doing. Because honestly, there have been instances where we have approved closed sessions and we did not know what we were doing.
So
we didn't know what we were
can
going
I
to be
say what I think
discussing.
you're
Sure,
saying?
please.
It's that
Yeah, please.
You're saying, if I hear you right, we can't decide whether this is closed session worthy until we go into the closed session and hear some of the details. So that creates a challenge. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I would like it to be an overt discussion on each time we vote whether or not this is closed session worthy.
So that's tricky.
So it is.
It's very tricky. And I'm actively thinking on how to get to a space where we can accomplish what you're talking about. I think it goes back to the chicken and the egg problem with closed session of there are things and threats and personnel issues, right, that we would not want to have in an open session. I think, I wonder if there's space to have a process where there's a preliminary I mean, it would make closed session a lot longer, right? A preliminary discussion before the agenda is approved.
Well, what I'm not actually even talking about having to have an open session where this discussion happens. What I'm trying to do is put up, you know, a barrier that we need to agree to jump over, and that can be in closed session.
Well,
so I think you could have a briefing.
Let me just hear from some other people. Go ahead, please.
So we all meet with the city manager, sometimes the city attorney, before meetings to go over the topics that we're talking about. I mean, wouldn't this fit into that? Like, couldn't you talk to our city, or couldn't any one of us talk to our city manager or city attorney and say, what is this really about? And without giving any kind of policy directives, we could get the information and the facts, and then make that announcement when we talk about approving the agenda.
And then you could choose to not approve the agenda.
Yeah.
We could also get in the habit of anytime there's a closed session, I'm happy, or Matt's happy, to brief all of you on what we're going into closed session and give you that transparency and information ahead of time. You know, usually we don't have, sometimes there's emergency ones that get thrown on the last minute, but there's usually enough space and time. It's not a problem to call each of you and talk you through what's happening and to make you feel comfortable of why we're going into.
Isn't that a Brown Act
meeting? No, hold on.
Mr. Starkweather, hold
If
up.
it is an informational session where you are receiving information in a briefing and there is not an exchange of information to come to a consensus about what the issue is, that is acceptable under the Brown Act. If I turn to each of you and is like, we're going into closed session today.
What's your vote going to be?
And really would appreciate your support. And I go to each of you and I do that, or I leverage the votes that I know are coming from each of you. That is a Brown Act violation. The exchange of information in and of itself is completely acceptable. It's something the city manager does all the time. We do it with you less frequent basis, fortunately, right? But it is something that we are absolutely able to do.
So
And
then
if I could add one more point. That is 2 points, actually. That's under the Roberts versus Palmdale case. It's an oral memo. We can send a confidential memo to the council, 5 copies of the same memo. We can do the same thing orally, read 5 copies of the same memo. The second piece on this point is if there's a closed session where the council is split on whether the matter is a lawful closed session, or if the council or some portions of the council and myself or the city attorney or anybody If we're not all in agreement, then we can, but there is a majority that approves the agenda based on the information provided on the agenda and the discussion that happens at the colloquy and open session. But let's say, for example, we approve the closed session to Sue LaCroix, and then we get into closed session, right? So a majority, probably a divided vote, 3-2, 4-1, but still 3 majority, right? Majority controls. We walk into closed session. We could then, on those votes, have a discussion. Here's why, and with more information than in public, here's why we think this is a lawful closed session. And then the council could re-vote at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
If something flips, I disagree, this is not a lawful closed session, then great, 3 votes that way, then we're out. We leave and we're done, and explain what happened to the public. And I'll note, if there's still a council member who disagrees with the majority decision at that point, there are other remedies under the Brown Act that they may choose at that point. So we could institute that on the closed sessions, and we know which ones it typically will be, where there's that conversation. That could be done as well under existing law when we get into the room, because as noted, it's tough to. Yeah. The whole point of closed session is that the council is allowed to keep certain information within the council only to protect the city's position. To put everything on the table in order to decide whether or not to protect the city's position defeats the point. But that's a way that would seem to meet this need, especially on the ones where we're fighting among ourselves.
Got it.
So, on that point, since Councilmember Rule seems open to the idea that we would have a prelim to the closed session that is this meet the legal do we support that it meets the qualification? Right. I assume we're going to have the opinion from the city attorney that it does, but because I'm concerned that the more detail that happens in that preliminary conversation with each of us creates its own risk. So I would like to see us, I like the idea of a briefing, but I think we should be very cautious about how much goes into that. And
it would be,
once you start talking about why you're going into closed session, how you're parsing out that you're not.
I think it's fine to be deliberative. I mean, I think we need to be deliberative as a council, and that can happen in closed session. But it's not only can we legally do this, but is this necessary? Like, it's not just can we legally do this, but do we believe that the going into closed session balances out the lack of transparency that will inevitably occur because of that? And it may be that we don't think so. Yeah. And, we can take the advice from the attorney, but we can also deliberate among ourselves as to whether or not this warrants the level of lack of transparency. It may be that it does. It may be that it doesn't. I don't have a problem deliberating about it, but I would like it to be
on the agenda.
Yeah, I would like it to be a normal thing that we do.
Let's do it.
And it can be just simply, this is litigation, we're all in. Or it could be, this is litigation, but it doesn't need to be in closed session, and that's just one aspect of more transparency. We've talked about the ability to report out more than is legally required, because there's no reason not to. It's not going to do anything for us.
I think having a part of every closed session in the beginning as a check-in to say, does it meet the barrier? And secondly, do we think it's prudent? I think that's a completely great thing to be asking at the beginning of each closed session. Why not?
I think it's. Yeah.
I hate to do this.
Yeah, sure.
We should maybe do public comment, because we are trapped.
Let's do public comment.
The discussion is so good, but we're
Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's good. Let's do it. Larry Steingold, Bill Miley, and Jeffrey Starkweather.
Good evening. Hopefully for that. I would hope that you do audio recording of the closed session so that everyone can stay within the agenda and not be concerned about them going outside the agenda. Even I, who tends sometimes to use a shotgun instead of a sharpshooting rifle, would stay within the lines if I'm told that all you can talk about is the agenda.
If you can't stay within the agenda, then you have no business doing what you're doing. I mean, you represent us, you represent each other, you represent the city, the staff too. If a staff can't stay within the agenda, I'm sorry, then you shouldn't be talking. If you have an opinion that shouldn't be said, you're supposed to stay on the agenda. Audio record. There's divisiveness and the cost and the expense that not doing this has cost us. I can't imagine how much money it's cost. Probably $1 million, maybe more. I don't know. But everybody is concerned that things shouldn't be said, don't be said, people call people names, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. That's not on the agenda. Stay within the agenda, just make it easy. The Sunshine Act in San Francisco, they do it, and that's supposed to be crazy town in San Francisco. Okay, but they record. Why is it so difficult? They do it. So why can't we do it? Do it as a test. Do it for a year. Have it sunset. Have it redo it, because it's a protocol. Unless you make it an ordinance, it's all it is can be changed every year, every other year, every month, whatever. Protocols change. So please record.
Thank you, Mr. Steingold. Bill Miley.
Hello. I object to Larry's comment about San Francisco. I was born in San Francisco. Okay, the only comment I want to make about protocols is the one that has to do with closed sessions as they're recorded, reported, and stored. And important in setting a theme for values and mission statements is reviewing the closing paragraph of Attachment A, the Ojai City Council Protocol of 5/18/2021, which was in the report, page 30 of 32. And my focus are two phrases, quote, best serve the public, end quote, and effectively serve the people of Ojai. And this is the quote. In closing, as stated at the beginning of this document, these protocols establish policies and provisions to help the council conduct its business and best serve the public. This is a living document. Should the needs of the council change, it should not hesitate to update the protocols so the right tools are always at hand for the council to guide the city and effectively serve the people of Ojai. So I choose to judge the two forms for closed sessions recording as less than adequate. The past public issues which have been exposed from closed sessions, in my opinion, have shown that, and they violated the Brown Act. I want to make sure I get in here, okay? And so what was the evidence? Quote, he said, she said, I said, you said, nothing solid from all the stakeholders involved. Nothing more than remembered words, phrases, statements, and opinions, less than acceptable in my world. Whoa, says the administrative memo as I interpret it. The council members may want the freedom to say whatever they feel and know that they will never be officially quoted. In my opinion, this is not what I want elected officials to behave like. In personal business, do what you want. In public business, including closed sessions, what you say, opine, state, should be said like you are yelling it to the public while standing at the corner of Signal and Ojai Avenue. This is what I said when I'm a politician. You agree to be accountable for your behavior. Please start audio recording your closed sessions. No more succinct, short statements. Practice accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miley. Jeffrey Starkweather.
I definitely agree that we need to record our closed sessions for a number of reasons. It does tend to put a certain amount of pressure on the city council members to stay on topic and the city attorney. And also those records should be available when the litigation is no longer relevant. The case is over, you've sued them, or, you dropped the lawsuit. This should become public records, I think. And also the DA should be able to get access to them. If a city council member or public files a complaint about a violation of the Brown Act, they should be able to get access to those to review it. And also, if you think about a Brown Act lawsuit, we almost came close to having one. When you haven't recorded your meetings, just think how much that would cost. Every single one of you would have to be deposed. I used to be a lawyer. I did civil litigation. You're talking about $20,000 or something. So it would save everybody cost to have that record. I think that to the extent that you could have it in one meeting, I think that would be better. And I think they should be at the end of the meeting, because number one, it would be an incentive for everybody to talk, not extend these meetings out. And third, the citizens shouldn't have to be the ones that stay up late because you guys start early or start late. That should be you. So if you're going to have these closed sessions, maybe a disincentive to have them. I agree very strongly that it's not the attorney who decides whether you have a closed session on litigation. He advises you, and you can make a decision, because there's not a single litigation that you couldn't, if you wanted to, hold in the open. It's up to you. It's whether you're risking the city's stake. And I have a real problem when you go into closed session to get advice about public policies you're about ready to pass, or you might be threatened to about. That should be done in the public, because we, the public, are the ones who are asking you to pass the policies. We're the ones that will have to pay for that litigation. I would also add that you didn't cover one big area, which has been one of the biggest issues, is adding things onto the agenda. I think you should have to have a majority vote. I think the best way to do it would be at the end of each meeting, have a discussion. Does any member want to add things to the agenda? And then you could vote as a group whether you're going to do that. And I think, as far as I'm about to be done, closed meetings and special meetings, I think it should have to be a majority.
Thank you, Mr. Steingold. Mr. Montgomery, anything online?
Yes, Mayor. We have two raised hands.
Oh, did I say Mr. Steingold? I meant Mr. Starkweather. Sorry about that.
It lifted me up.
Oh, great. Thanks. Sorry.
Yes, Mayor. We have two raised hands. First, we'll have our elected city clerk, Steve Quillisi, followed by John Drucker.
Thank you.
Mr. City Clerk, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to agree on just one narrow point of this discussion, and that is about scheduling a closed session during an open meeting. I'm a member of the board of the Ojai Valley Sanitary District, and we always have our closed sessions as a separate agenda item in an open meeting. We close, obviously, during the closed session, but it's always there. It's always available to the public 72 hours ahead of the meeting. They know there's a closed session coming, and the description that is in the agenda complies with the Brown Act. We typically, wherever the agenda item happened to fall, we typically move it to the end so that all of the public's business is covered before we go into closed session. And of course, then we report out any reportable action just as required by the Brown Act. But it works very well for us to do it that way. The public gets more notice about closed sessions, and they get all the same notice that they would get if you called a special meeting for a closed session. So I hope you will go that way and put your closed sessions in your open meeting agendas and put them at the end. Several others have suggested that. I agree, and I can tell you that it works very well that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Quillisi.
Next, we have John Drucker, followed by Renee. John, you have the floor. Mr. Drucker, you have the ability to unmute. Mr. Drucker, I'll give you one more opportunity. I'm giving you the option to unmute one more time.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I think first of all, I guess I'm not sure all of you are aware, but I sent in quite an extensive commentary on these protocols, which I hope you read, if not already, after this meeting. But generally, I think what we have here is, a city attorney who reads the Brown Act in the broadest sense of allowing and almost mandating the least information be put forth to the public, and that's okay by him. And then of course you have this council attitude that it's solely the city attorney's decision whether to have a closed session, which is absolutely wrong. In that regard, I would just steer the council to Justice Louis Brandeis. Read the statute, read the statute, read the statute. If it's one page of text, you can all read it quite competently. 5.4 Government Code 549.56.9D and sections 2 say a point, you can have a closed session at, quote, a point has been reached where, in the opinion of the legislative body of the local agency, on the advice of its local council, based on existing facts and circumstances, there is a significant exposure to litigation. Now, the main point here I would stress is that you are constantly, you and the entire general public is kept in the dark regarding the existing facts and circumstances that are supposedly posing the risk of litigation. This needs to be addressed, and it needs to be more fully informed, because ultimately it is your decision, the council's decision, whether to have a closed session or not. And the bottom line, as someone pointed out earlier, is whether in open session concerning those closed session matters would prejudice the position of the city in the litigation. So I would hope that the city council, with regard to the whole range of issues, really errs on the side of openness rather than closedness, which has been its policy for the past number of years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Renee. Renee, you have the ability to unmute.
Hello. I was strongly moved by Judge Coates in his decision when he talks about the Brown Act. And it states in the Judge Coates decision, the Brown Act exists so that citizens can monitor and, when appropriate, hold their elected officials accountable for the decisions they make on the public's behalf. End of quote. That only works when deliberations and decisions are made in the open. I urge the council to revise its protocols to prioritize transparency and openness and accountability for your decisions to rebuild the public trust. Under the Brown Act, we know closed sessions must be the exception, not the norm. We had three topics for closed session today. The courts have emphasized that pending litigation must be strictly construed. As John Drucker was saying here, strictly construed, it applies only when public discussion would truly jeopardize the city's legal position, not simply because it's sensitive or it's political or it's inconvenient. For example, in matters like indemnification of council members, unless it is tied to specific active litigation, it should be addressed in open session. These are policy decisions, not legal strategy. The Brown Act demands more than just open voting. It requires open deliberation. The public deserves to hear the reasoning, the options, and the debate that shapes the decisions you are making. So if you want to restore credibility, it must follow not only the letter, but the spirit of the Brown Act. So when in doubt, I hope you open the doors. You must be doing this in open session. The other thing is, I think you need to have a separate agenda item for closed sessions. So when the public has to go back and look for closed sessions, they have to look not at every meeting of every council session, but be able to find closed session agenda items on specific dates in your Granicus software. And I don't know how that's going to be done, but I think you have to have a separate closed session agenda separate from your regular meeting. I don't care if it's before or after, but it has to be a separately closed agenda meeting. The other thing is, I do think you have to record. Minutes just don't do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. More discussion. I have to say, so it's 10 to 10, feels like a very big subject. And the ad hoc committee is interesting. What I would not want to do is say, let's have an ad hoc committee work on this in detail, come back, and we still fight about it. No, I know.
Whatever. I just think there's a lot of ideas. If it's a workshop, that's fine. It is a very is a very deep issue, and I think that I actually believe sort of deliberation, which is the hallmark of a city council, is very important. But I also understand that, you know, we've got many things on the agenda. So I'm not married to an ad hoc committee. I'm just saying that, you know, could come back with recommendations that could then be, you know, discussed or not.
Yeah.
It is a very, for me, it is a very, very deep subject, and there's many things we haven't talked about that I need clarification on. One of them, of course, being what is a reportable action, and how do we view that? Like we make decisions. If we don't take a vote, we're not required. You know, it's like, did anyone when they started know that if you don't actually take a vote, you don't have to report it out? No, I didn't know that. So hence I never called for a vote. It was just everybody nods their head, and so guess what? You don't have to report anything out. But if you were to take a vote on exactly the same subject, you would have to report out what the vote was. But who knew? So there's just so many things that I've learned over the last 2.5 years of delving into this that I think are really important, that you don't know what you don't know until you actually have to live it.
Understood.
Yeah, so that's why the ad hoc committee, but I am open to any model that would allow that deep dive and a report and a deliberative process.
Okay.
So, Mayor, what are you proposing? Because I kind of heard an implication.
Well,
sounded like that we've got multiple hours of discussion, and we're already at 10 o'clock.
So not tonight.
Yeah.
So
I'm open to any suggestions.
Not tonight.
Yeah. So I'm open to suggestions about how to proceed.
So I'm thinking it's 2 council people. It's our attorney, our city manager. I don't know who else. Maybe it's somebody else who's experienced in this also. Somebody from the public. I don't know. I'm open to ideas too.
For the sake of time, would it be better if we did like another meeting like we're going to do with
like a
goals and
workshop?
a workshop, so we're all together, because even if we had an ad hoc, you're going to bring it back. It's going to be.
That was what I was concerned about. So maybe so a workshop on this subject only by itself with all of us present.
So when you say workshop, are you talking about, I think in my brain, I think study session,
Right.
where we kind of buck the normal formality of the meeting and it's more informational and we're having this open discussion, still public comment, but there's more of a free flow and of ideas. Is that when you say workshop, is that what you mean, or you mean like
It could mean
when we
that.
do the Brown Act, you want me to come present and do
No.
Bitmojis again?
I'm not the former, not the latter, but it's that there's a lot of give and take, but then it's the only item and it can go
Okay.
long. So it could be something like 3 or 4 hours, but it's only on the one subject.
Okay.
And there could be an action at the end. There could be a vote or not. But it's dedicated and it's more conversational, so we can. I mean, I would keep some of the rails on, like our timer and things like that.
Sure. I just want to understand what your needs are so we can be responsive to them.
Well, and here's another idea. As I reach out to other people or hear other people's other experiences of city councils that do things like recording or notes or whatever, it'd be great to have that kind of feedback too, because we have from individual people that have worked in other cities like that. But hearing some of that feedback would be great. Here's what's great about it. Here's the danger about it. I mean, you've laid out some in the protocols here, which is great.
And I think,
Yeah.
Potentially having the input of a First Amendment attorney or someone who doesn't take the view that, any information that you put out there is a potential liability, which is a position, but there's also another position. So like, what do other cities do, not only about recording, but what have they found to, ways to be as transparent, and where have they found the guidelines to be?
Well, I really like your suggestion. I think it's a good one, especially if we can all, because we're going to have to live with it. So if we could really work on it together and come to some consensus about what we want to live with, I think this thing would do that.
As I also think that
Yeah.
we all need to be educated. Like, we need
That's
to
good too.
know what these things are, so that we can make, it is ultimately the council's decision. If we don't know what a reportable action is, how can we make a decision on whether or not this is a reportable action?
Some
I mean,
education then, yeah.
Don't know.
I
That would be
would say if this is the direction that you want to go and it's an endeavor that you want our office to undertake, we would need to understand the extent of the effort that you are thinking from a time perspective, because we are trying to be fiscally conservative, and what we're talking about is moving in the other direction of that, if I may be frank.
And if I could add
Yeah,
to that,
go, please.
There's two ways to run a workshop like this. We could bring in every expert we can think of. I'm thinking already of a gentleman who spoke at the last league conference I was at from the First Amendment Coalition, who was a great speaker and familiar with this. He litigates Brown Act cases against cities. Invite him. I'm sure he'd come speak. We invite somebody from the FPPC. We have our resources. We have the council. We bring in some members of the public. We invite the 4 or 5 cities that have really robust sunshine ordinances, like San Francisco, which I'll note was written by the voters there.
That sounds like a big thing.
And so that's a really big thing. That's a choice.
It's
We
a
could also
conference.
do something that's, because in the end, I'll note, in the end, it's a policy choice the 5 of you will have to make, or miraculously 3 of you will have to make, and maybe 4, ideally 5. In the end, it's your choice.
I get it.
You can abdicate your power to others, but they won't solve the choice you have to make. So my suggestion would be we could do a workshop that starts with some education, starts with sort of those of us who live the Brown Act pretty closely, use all of these little watchwords: reportable action, significant exposure litigation, these little watchwords. Break that out, explain what those mean, and then walk through the policy choices and have a workshop. Certainly bring the community, and I think the workshop format's great. We've done that on a number of other things where it's much more of a participatory discussion, bringing the community and the council together. But I would caution that bringing in all of these other outside experts, you're creating a conference, and I'm not sure that's within your budget, as you've expressed to us before.
I'm happy with what you're proposing, and even
Likewise.
just what's here, I would happily take. I mean, in other words, if we had 3 or 4 hours on what was proposed to,
Okay.
Yeah,
I think it's just
absolutely.
understanding what your
But
dream is.
So I just want to make a comment, because there's been a lot of comments about what happened in our closed session, which nobody should know. there's the
Which closed
suggestion-
session?
Well,
There's the suggestion
Yeah, let's
that
just keep
our,
going.
there's the suggestion that our city attorney acts deliberately to give less information. And in his defense, I'm going to say that he's the one person in this room who's a government attorney handling government meeting law. And he understands that the attorney-client privilege, the advice that passes between the attorney and the counsel, that privilege is very important. And it has to be handled properly. By a 3-person vote, we can disclose anything that's in that meeting, but other than that 3-person vote, it should never be disclosed.
If I can stop you just one second, because I don't want to have a serious conversation about what happened
Please
in the
do.
past as much as what we need to do going forward, because there is a public trust issue. I do want to resolve that if we can. I think we can, and I think we can get there.
And
Yeah.
I agree. And so there's just been brought up another subject. What is privileged and confidential if your Brown Act, if you have not properly, if it's an illegal closed session, what is privileged and confidential? That's a very important question.
Well, and
so that would,
hold on.
My point
Instead of
is
digging
that-
into the details,
Yes. Right.
we already
Yeah.
agreed, let's have a workshop.
But there's many questions.
Okay, of course there are.
One of my
Go.
concerns with having a workshop is exactly this.
Yeah.
Is that it's just that we end up hitting stalemates and not moving past the past.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah.
I think that we have some incredible goals and priorities and tactics that we talked about for the last, like we've talked about over 4 meetings. And I think it's important that we update our policy and that we come up with some very specific language around special meetings and closed sessions. But I think what's happening is we're conflating 2 different things. We're conflating having some specific language about how to call a meeting and having meeting protocols, and we're talking about a much bigger picture, which is what is our philosophy and our values around transparency.
Agreed.
And that's a workshop. This is not a workshop. This is another agenda item that maybe we start a night with.
I agree.
Have some public comments. We have a basis of information here that we can move from. And I think we could make a decision on the specific language without having a workshop. And then if we wanted to, after the goals and priorities, I mean, we could even add this as a tactic, looking at our values around transparency, big picture philosophy, like that could be something that we would do later. That's just my thought.
I generally agree with what you said, and I noticed that I thought when we called the meetings would be an easy decision, but then we see how it morphed and overlapped into a philosophy of closed session.
Yeah.
So there is some overlap, but so are we taking this
I
as...
agree with that.
Yeah.
I would have made the same comment that
the first part
that it's possible that what we have in front of us for these options could be diced up into the ones that are much more administrative and mechanical, and the ones that are much more broad policy, maybe even handled in different sessions.
Yeah, maybe so.
So are we deciding that we're not going to have a workshop, or are we still?
Yeah, go.
Can I make, I'm going to make one other proposition, and that is that, you know, in our closed session tonight that we reported out on, we talked about, and this is not against either one of you, but, you know, we talked about going back to the drawing board, not to the drawing board, we talked about opening up a process where we are looking for that we are accepting bids for other attorneys. We're not looking for other attorneys, anyway, so
request for qualification.
Yes. So thank you so much. So inherent within that process is us as a council working together to decide what do we want in terms of our attorneys, in terms of our city attorney. And so I propose that we talk about, that we have a workshop after that process, because I would imagine that in our conversations surrounding that process, that we're going to get really clear about what we as a working council, what we want in terms of transparency and our legal representatives. So I'm going to propose that we table the workshop and the philosophy discussion, and then till after that process, and that we look at changing some language in an administrative way, whatever we can, that
Who can call a
yep,
meeting?
exactly. Thank you. I'm sorry. It's really late in my
So-
not,
Yeah, we have for 2.5 years been pushing off this workshop. We have from day one said we would have a workshop on transparency, that we would have a workshop on understanding, and we are once again saying that there's other things that we need to do, and we're proposing that we push this off, months down the road. I cannot agree with that. It is time for us to have this discussion. And I realize that, I believe that we can become clear. We can become clear without having to go through the process of, interviewing lawyers, which, that checklist didn't even actually include transparency or Brown Act or any of that. There was no specificity in that checklist. I will also say that,
Well,
so
well,
I
don't
mean,
understand what you're
I
getting
guess.
at right now.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm getting at
Yeah.
is that I was hoping that we actually had an agreement to have a workshop to delve into these transparency issues without once again pushing it off, as we have been talking about this for 2.5 years.
We're still talking about it.
okay.
I know we're still
so
talking
I
about
just,
it.
I
That's
just,
kind of the point.
Yeah.
I just wanted to remind everyone that we have tried to have these conversations. We had a whole
We
Brown
had a
Act
workshop.
meeting, and they did not end well. They created more contention, and so we have addressed this over and over again. And when I'm talking about delaying the workshop, it's because depending on what happens with that process, there could be some things that come into the light for us in terms of how we want to move forward. For example, as we interview people, or as we think about what our legal team, how they serve us, we could have new insights about how better we could do these things. So that's all I'm saying, that it might jog our imagination in addressing these things, that in a way that is future oriented, that isn't so focused on the past and what happened in the past.
Well-
I do think we have to craft something that goes forward that we can live with. It's difficult, but it's hard to get past the past. We haven't been able to do that very well, I've noticed. But I favor having the workshop, but I'm just going to say, even if the workshop was a month out, which is reasonable, that's about not far from the time frame of us go. You're saying it's going to go out next week, the RFQ, so that could be beginning possibly. But I would say, though, if not tonight because it's late, we do have to agree on who gets to call meetings. That is still open for us right now.
Yeah, I think there are. So I would just very briefly, I would flip that and say, perhaps with a workshop, we become clearer on what we're looking for in an attorney, as opposed to saying, in talking to an attorney, we become clearer on what we want. I mean, I flip that actually. And I would be willing to push it out, I guess, a month.
Mm-hmm.
But and it's more than just, I don't want to argue. But when I hear something that's blatantly false, I don't know what to do with that. So maybe I will just write it down and park it, and then we can have a period of where, excuse me, I have deep questions about this particular, I mean, maybe that's what I do. But,
Would you be open to talking offline about your questions and see if we could work through some of the issues between us?
Yeah, but I also want the rest of the council, because I think it's really important.
Understood, but I think it would be helpful to understand, at least for me, to understand what your perspective is and where your concerns are coming from, so that we can have this conversation in public and have it be productive.
Yeah, I would be happy to get the answers to my questions,
Sure.
Understanding that all attorneys interpret. I mean, they interpret.
Sure.
That's the nature of it. That's why you go to a judge.
leaves.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what we
and
do.
attorney A says P and attorney B says not P, and the judge says P or not P. So it's all and always
Sure.
interpretive. But I would be thrilled to get answers to these questions that run in my head, like that I have mentioned, reportable, those things. I would love to have a discussion about that.
Okay.
And then I would have more clarity, and I would be able to understand what others were saying and fit it into what I understand.
I think we can still find space for the workshop, but it sounds like there's a conversation that we can have as a preliminary starting point.
Or you can have with anyone here.
What I'd like to propose, just given the hour, is to not discuss who gets to decide when meetings are called. We have a good proposal, but I would, and hopefully it wouldn't be a long conversation for next time, so that we can finish that, unless you really feel up for that right now, but it feels pretty late on that.
No, I feel deflated.
Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. No, well, let's
sorry, but I do.
No deflation.
Yeah, so I
Okay.
just quickly, the legislature spent a ton of time, a ton of effort, and they set out rules. And they did that based upon their understanding. They needed to balance transparency and attorney-client privilege, at least as far as the things that we're talking about.
I hear you.
So I agree with everything that Councilmember Lang said. I do think that there's an opening to potentially deal with that administrative nugget, and I think we'd have to remove the big philosophy picture and say, so how do we resolve when we, have a clear method of moving forward to have the session? And I think we can do that. I like the idea of doing that at the next meeting.
So that part we'll do at the next meeting, and I will say I do believe there is a public confidence issue we need to address. I really believe that. So, and that means this philosophy, at least in part, and what gets called and how. So that's for another time.
And I agree. I want to say that in my proposal to push that back, it was not because I don't think that's important. I agree with you that we do need this, and I'm also just aware of the fact that that it's almost like not time yet.
Hear you. Okay.
Well,
So
hold on.
so we're clear.
Okay.
Not okay just yet.
Okay.
We think that you're asking for this item to come back. We think that you're asking at your next meeting.
Only.
But
the
you
first
have a
part.
huge agenda at your next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also think that you're just asking for, I guess, a deliberation of over 1A, 1B, and 2A.
So who can,
Really, you're asking, as I understand it,
who can call the meeting?
who can
And-
call a special meeting?
And potentially,
And-
I think you were onto something with the policy of when the closed session meeting was. We were having that discussion, and then
Yeah.
maybe the initial preliminary vote within the closed session, before, right?
Mhm.
The process of a check-in and agreement that things can move forward
Mhm.
once you adjourn to closed session.
I thought that's where we got.
We can write that up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And propose.
And then
I'll make a motion. Should I make a motion?
Yep,
to
make a
do
motion.
that?
I'll second.
Okay. All right.
Right. If you write up what you just said.
Yep.
Yep. Then
Yep.
I think that's
Weston, play it
right.
back.
We can
and
do
then
that.
the larger philosophy discussion can be had when
Yes.
the council finds
So
right.
we'll save policy number 3 and 4 for a workshop.
Okay.
Yes.
I got you. So we'll
Okay.
bring a draft back.
I just don't know if that's going to come at the next meeting, as I worry about
When
being
is the
able.
workshop is basically what
So
he's asking.
here, then what I would say is, as long as we agree as a body, let's continue to have regular meetings unless there's an emergency, a true emergency like a fire, then there's not an urgency at the moment. Right? We have our meetings on the Tuesday. We don't have any other ones unless necessary.
Unless we have a emergency that a majority of the city council agrees is
Fine.
an emergency.
If it's
How
3 or
about that?
more, I'm okay with that.
So if 3 of you and you're all in agreement that if that happens, Ben can come to you and say, "Are you okay with having a meeting on La Croix?"
If
Yes or
if
no?
the majority of the council, that's what I believe the advice that we received was that 2 was not sufficient, but 3 was correct to hold a special.
Right.
meeting?
State law guarantees the right of the mayor or 3 to call a special meeting.
That's fine.
And inherently in that is the contradiction between how can 3 call a special meeting but 3 can't meet. And the answer is the 3 send a request to the manager that says, I want to meet on subject.
Okay. I'm
Or
fine
the
with-
mayor. And as a practical matter, if there is a legitimate emergency, it'll be run through the mayor and you'll
That's right.
concur.
But
I
if a
can't imagine a
majority-
situation in which there's an emergency which the mayor disagrees is an emergency, but 3 would agree is an emergency. That doesn't strike me as likely.
Nope. And also, if 3 wanted something, then I want them to have it.
So with that, then it collapses back down and the mayor calls a special meeting.
Right.
Okay.
So,
and are we, just for clarification purposes, are we incorporating closed sessions into the regular meeting so that 2 council members can add an item to the agenda? And
I
if
think
that is
that-
not a today conversation, that is okay. I just want to make sure that I'm clear.
I think we haven't decided that one,
Yeah,
but
Okay.
I
I
think
agree.
that there is a lot of merit to having that discussion.
I agree
Okay.
with that.
Okay. But we are adding.
So we made a little progress.
We are adding the pre-discussion to closed sessions also. Okay.
Touchy subject.
We're not?
Okay. Are we good enough, Mr. Harvey?
I think so. So then are you?
So,
Yeah.
and then I think anticipating that this is probably not coming back at the next meeting.
Fine.
So we can shoot for the meeting after.
Okay.
so you
Okay.
can take a vote to give us that direction.
And then we will figure out scheduling because you are going to have a very busy summer with,
Mhm.
you have 2 workshops and a hearing
Yep.
on top of your regular scheduling program. Yeah.
Okay.
Hearing.
I know.
TOT.
Okay.
Okay.
So is a vote needed to? I mean, you guys are
Well,
bringing
you wanna
something
vote?
back to us, not next meeting, but the one after. So that's the direction. And do you need a majority vote to take that direction?
If I could get one.
Okay.
Just for good measure.
I made the
You made a
motion.
And I second.
Okay.
Mr. Montgomery?
Roll call. Councilmember Whitman.
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Mang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Motion.
Okay.
Thank you all for your time.
Oh, wow.
Thank you for your patience,
Yes,
Taylor.
appreciate it.
Oh,
not
anytime I
the
get to hang out
easiest.
with you guys, that's true for me.
Now, I know we have a policy, nothing after 10. I'm making the assumption that this one is quick.
Super quick.
I think if you guys will
It's
indulge
super
it.
quick. Let's do
Okay,
it.
let's do it.
Nice. Then they know what to do. Well, yeah, they're here for.
I know you guys waited.
Good.
And
How
we
many
wanna hear-
cards do you have on this one?
How many what?
Cards.
Oh, I have 2 cards.
Oh, welcome.
Wait, I've never heard of these people before.
I know.
Just kidding. I'm joking. Okay,
So,
let's do it. So, open artisan night market research results.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Maura Macaluso, and I am your principal planner in the Community Development Department. And we were here on September 24th And planning staff presented at that time to the city council the background regarding not-for-profit markets, and that also included business owner and community concerns associated with these markets. And we also presented alternative avenues for you to choose from. One was holding for-profit markets indoors, which is permitted within our zoning municipal code. Conditional use permits for allowing specific for-profit markets in commercially zoned sites. And 3, opportunities for participation in the existing local events organized by the Chamber of Commerce that are already in place. The City Council ultimately directed staff to continue upholding the municipal code regarding outdoor events, and also directed staff to research outdoor markets in other cities, evening markets. So the director and I attended a planning conference session featuring night markets, and I've also had the opportunity to interview a couple of event organizers in a couple of different cities. And as a department, we've concluded that the City of Ojai offers ample opportunities for local artisans through our Chamber of Commerce. Staff has continued to discuss the subject of outdoor not-for-profit markets with the Chamber, and the Chamber supports 9 annual not-for-profit outdoor events offering opportunities for low-cost booth rentals for individuals to sell their wares. Events are allowable through a temporary use permit, subject to the Community Development Department approval. And in most recent conversations with the Chamber, it was suggested by the Chamber, actually, after discussion, that they might want to consider holding 2 of their events, the one in July and the one in August, in the evening because it's hot at that time.
Mhm.
And then also just kind of to break it up and do this evening market idea. Their markets are included in your packet. There's an April one, which is the Pixie Tangerine celebration. June is the Ojai Lavender celebration. July is local musicians. August, Puppy Love through the Humane Society. September is an autumn festival. October is Ojai Day. November is the olive oil celebration. November, downtown lighting ceremony. December is Ojai Winter Holidays celebration. So I hope I'm not talking too fast.
No, it's good.
but I'd actually like to conclude now, so it's not just fast, but it's
Yeah.
also short. I'd like to conclude that city staff and the Chamber find the number of events that I've just mentioned are currently and that are organized by the Chamber are adequately they adequately provide local artisans opportunities for marketing their wares within the city of Ojai. And while the prospect of moving a couple of the daytime events to the evening would be a good experiment for the Chamber, as well as the community, if the Chamber chooses to move forward with that. So the council this evening has the option of taking no action or providing staff with direction to do more research. However, staff is recommending that the council direct staff to continue upholding the municipal code as it is, while continuing to work with the Chamber.
Any questions for staff? Okay, Mr. Steingold and Mr. Miley.
Good evening. Personally, I'm against nighttime markets only because it becomes a slippery slope. Once you allow one, even if it's an experiment, it'll be tough to put the genie back in the bottle. And now it's 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. The city of Ojai, even on weekends, tends to essentially shut down at 8 o'clock. And nighttime markets will increase traffic during the evening. It will increase noise. There will be lights. And it's just one more thing that's changing Ojai. I moved here because it's Ojai. I'm defending Ojai. I'm a NIMBY. I'm as bad as anybody, some of the people who've been here forever. Okay, or good. It's just more action, more action, more action. And there's more traffic at night, more people at night, more things are going on. Then there'll be, I understand it's economics. I understand the businesses would hopefully generate more money. The clubs would stay open, they'd be open till 9:30. But it's just more business, more activity that I don't think the residents, even though they may be artists, in the long haul would end up accepting. Because it's not just, now it's 2, then it becomes 5, then it becomes 10, then it becomes somebody who's not a member of the chamber. Now it's a nonprofit, wants to have a nighttime one. How are you going to say, oh, the chamber, we can have one at night, but the nonprofit can't? Now all of a sudden, you're opening up more genies, more activity, more action. And I understand, that a lot of people from inside the city want to have their stores, they want to have their shops. But I just think that 9 is enough, or 9 during the day is enough, but not at night. I mean, that's me. And I'll stay up till 1 o'clock in the morning, I don't care. But I just think that there's just way too many things going on at night that people will, at the end of the day, not like. So.
Thank you. Mr. Miley?
At the end of this administrative report, this statement is the focus of my comment. Quote, city staff and the Ojai Chamber of Commerce find the number of events currently organized by the Chamber and held in the city adequately provide local artisans opportunities for marketing their wares. While the prospect of moving a couple of the daytime events to night hours may be a good experiment for the chamber as well as for the community. Okay, that's what I'm focusing on. Over the years, my wife and I have gotten to know, and after she passed, I have several artists in town, in the valley, that we value a lot. And thus we have become more attuned to the role that artists contribute to the aura of our Ojai Valley and its historical remembrances. What I did not find in this report was a deliberate statement from the Ojai studio artists, that their artists do not need any additional community nonprofit markets for showing their products, like at night. If that report or study or commentary from the Ojai studio artists can be produced, then let further market events gradually evolve. Don't consider night markets. Otherwise, if you don't have a statement from them, ask them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miley. Anything online, Mr. Montgomery?
Stand by, Mayor. I was recording our meeting. Nope, no raised hands.
Okay. Yes.
Well, I'll put a motion on the table.
Yeah, I'll hear it.
I will make a motion to direct the city manager to continue to uphold the Ojai Municipal Code while working with the chamber toward a potential not-for-profit market.
Second.
I would like to discuss.
Yeah.
So when we had the meeting of all of the artisans, the local artisans, they did not feel that these festivals were appropriate for their wares. And they were pretty clear on that. They did not feel that it was suited for their wares, which brings me to the point of I look at these artisans, and I look at, for instance, at the Thursday community market. These are ways to incubate businesses. These are people that are attempting to find a way to make a living in Ojai, and it's not possible for them for brick and mortar. This is an alternative way. It cuts down, overhead. Therefore, they need to make less, and they can still survive. I mean, the brick and the mortar, I know that we talked about, we had a lot of input from the brick and mortar stores about how it took away from their business, and that they only get their business, on Saturday. And I thought the discussion had moved towards allowing local artisans to actually have these nonprofit markets. And somehow we ended up not going there. We ended up sort of taking with the night markets. So a couple, and now we're down to, sort of combining the chamber, which I don't think has maybe a few artisans, but it's a completely different business model, the people who are members of the chamber, than the artisans. And I'm not even really talking about the studio artists who basically have their studios, and they have their studio Saturdays and things. I'm talking about people that are creating individual objects for sale, whether it's clothing or whatever it happens to be. We're pulling the rug out from underneath them, and we're saying that you can throw in with the chamber, and but they were very clear that their audience does not come to the Lavender Festival, that their customers don't come from the Lavender Festival. We're closing down a whole group of Ojai artisans as a way for them to provide for themselves and stay in Ojai.
Just to respond, this conversation I thought happened before, and my recollection is that, as you say, the Thursday Farmers Market is a place where artisans are selling things, so it's not just what's listed here. But it isn't. My impression is we're not pulling away the rug. We're just keeping the existing policy, so there's not a change. We're just persisting in what is. And I thought there were a lot of businesses in town saying the difficulty of having markets where you had non-locals here that were selling things that the stores were selling also became a huge issue. So to have that all again sounds like you possibly want to revisit the entire conversation again. But I thought what's being requested or proposed is to continue from the learning that happened from that conversation prior. That's how it appears to me. But
right. So
let's go to Ms. Lang.
Well, also, our current code allows for nonprofit groups. It's just for-profit ones. So if a nonprofit group wanted to have a market, then at the women's club, for example, or go ahead.
If they want one inside, they could do that right now.
Exactly.
Inside they can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So would you like me to respond?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so inside it can be a for-profit or a not-for-profit.
Mm-hmm.
Outside, they would require a temporary use permit, and it would be for nonprofit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So in addition to these, a nonprofit entity could have an outdoor market.
Yes.
For local artists.
Yes.
So the farmers market's an example
with the
of that.
permit.
Yeah,
with a temporary
use permit.
So that's what the code provides currently.
So again, the farmers market is a great example where there are artisans there practically every week. That there was even a theme that they're having more themes. So it does seem to me there are those opportunities.
As I recall, though, there was the willingness to give these conditional use permits because of the complaints of traffic. And am I not remembering that correctly, that the idea would be that we would be less willing to do that?
So we have not received an application from a nonprofit for an outdoor market. We've only received requests for for-profit markets, and so that's how we ended up here.
Right.
Yeah, and to be fair, just to even take it a step further, I put myself out there as the director making the determination through these TUPs. There is a wrinkle in the code that allows for that as long as it doesn't have an impact in the community. And what we found when we did a 6-month study with one of them, and actually 2 of them, if I recall correctly, is that there was a resounding concern that was coming from the business owners and the property owners. So it became kind of a workshop of sorts that we had here, I don't know, a year ago maybe. And then that led to us having a discussion here and then saying, hey, let's think about, what about night markets? There's this workshop that we're going to in Riverside. Let's see what comes out of that, as well as reaching out to a couple other cities to see what sort of things come from that. What we're finding is that night markets may not necessarily be the pivot, but if there's an interest in expanding it or at least trying it out and kicking the tires, the chamber is interested in potentially doing that. You're hearing from the community. If you open up that, maybe you open up Pandora's box. I'm not sure that I'm in that same category, because I think you can just as easily as I had done with the 6-month trial, close that box once you kind of assess the situation.
Also, the chamber's in transition right now, and there's a new person directing in a consulting role, so we'll see how that emerges, but we'll be working with them as partners.
To your point, in terms of Mara and I have met with the individuals and the groups that are interested from a for-profit standpoint. We've told them their avenue is to figure out the nonprofit status. That has a different wrinkle to it, and it also gives back to the community. That's really kind of what we're looking at from that side. I think that's what the code is looking for as well.
I see that.
Right. So, and a nonprofit status versus a profit, you would actually have to get a nonprofit status. But a for-profit is anyone who is not a nonprofit.
Exactly.
Right.
Or you have a nonprofit that's running the show.
I was just going to say that, you could actually have any organizers create a co-op or a nonprofit.
The sponsor needs to be nonprofit.
Right.
Right.
Like the community farmers market.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Ready? We have a motion and a second.
Yes, we do, Mayor. Roll call. Councilmember Mang.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
No.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. Any reports?
I have one.
Yeah.
Okay. So the ad hoc float committee has been meeting.
Oh, yeah.
And we are going to after I had to get reined in quite a bit because I had like wild ideas, we are hoping to, and I'd like to add this as an agenda item, we were hoping to present our renderings and creative brief at the next meeting.
Yeah.
And that gives you enough time to work on Ben's costume.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
Your Statue of Liberty, Ben.
I'm not going to be in town. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I have two short things. One is a week from today in this room at 6 o'clock, there'll be a student council, City of Ojai student council meeting. You're all welcome, or come if you wish. And it'll be Christy Rivera, Parks and Rec interim director, making a presentation to the students and getting their ideas if you're interested. And then the other thing which you saw in the report is we did meet with the commander of Vandenberg and his team, and next steps will be really interesting, but trying to work with the base on sonic booms, and they're working on the science of that and trying to understand the impacts in different terrains, and hopefully we can make it easier for our residents.
I have a proposal.
Yeah, sure.
I found out that county $19.3 for their services, and I want to, do we get, can we get our money back? Can we renegotiate? Because I think when we agreed to that service, they knew something was in the works. And not to say that we don't have money, we're poor, all of that stuff doesn't sit well with me. So I don't.
Even if you wanted to not assign motive, you could simply say they have more resources than they did before the vote. So we could at least say, oh, okay, share the wealth.
Yeah.
Well, they did very directly say they don't have money.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So we can change things. We can certainly request that. Wonderful.
I agree, but I will say that the entirety of those funds were granted for two facilities, to build two facilities. So it's not like they have
Yeah.
this extra money, but they put in for grants for two facilities. And,
Fair enough.
you know,
That's important.
just saying.
Yep. Anything else? Mr. Harvey, nothing?
No report.
Okay, meeting adjourned.